Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight, we explore the science and soul of growing older, not just gracefully, but powerfully. Our guide is Dr. Ian Smith, physician and best-selling author whose practical wisdom has helped millions take control of their health. His book Eat Your Age provides a roadmap for aligning our nutrition, fitness, and lifestyle with our body's changing needs, decade by decade. In this soothing journey, we'll uncover how aging doesn't mean declining, but evolving, and how small, consistent choices can help you feel younger, be happier, and live longer. As you relax into tonight's story, let yourself drift with each gentle insight, knowing that wherever you are in life, your next chapter can be healthier and brighter. And as always, if you're enjoying these stories, share where you're listening from, and feel free to send in book requests. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1: Rethinking Aging. For centuries, humans have searched for ways to slow time. From tales of magical fountains to modern anti-aging science, we've long tried to cheat age. But while we can't stop the clock, we can certainly change how we feel as the years pass. The truth: aging isn't a sentence. It's a process. One that you can influence more than you think. Just look at Ernestine Shepherd, an 86-year-old bodybuilder, or Charles Ali, a 75-year-old sprinter breaking records. Their secret isn't luck, it's commitment to simple, intentional habits that support the body through every phase of life. It begins with seeing aging not as a decline, but as a new opportunity to nourish your body with better food, to move more, to rest more deeply, and to reconnect with what truly matters. Aging gracefully isn't about erasing years. It's about living each one with strength, purpose, and vitality. And it starts right where you are. Chapter 2: Nourish with Intention. Your body's needs evolve over time. And your diet should, too. In your 20s and 30s, you're building the foundation for the decades ahead. Focus on calcium and vitamin D for strong bones. Add omega-3s to reduce inflammation and support heart and brain health. In your 40s, antioxidants and fiber become crucial. Bright fruits and leafy greens help combat cell damage, while whole grains, seeds, and legumes support digestion and stabilize blood sugar. In your 50s, your metabolism slows. Protein helps maintain muscle. Magnesium supports energy and nerve function. Think lean meats, nuts, beans, and lots of water. In your 60s and beyond, your immune system and memory need support. Continue with calcium and vitamin D, and add probiotics from yogurt or fermented foods to support gut and immune health. No matter your age, focus on whole, vibrant, nutrient-dense foods. Eat more plants. Cook at home. Stay hydrated. The fuel you choose can either age you or energize you. Choose wisely. Eat with care. Chapter 3: Move with Purpose. Movement is medicine, especially as you age. It strengthens your muscles, improves balance, supports your joints, and even boosts your brain. Strength training is key. Starting in your 30s, aim to lift, push, or pull a few times a week. Use weights, resistance bands, or your own body weight. Think squats, lunges, and push-ups. Flexibility is just as important. Yoga, stretching, or Tai Chi helps you stay limber and maintain your range of motion. Cardiovascular exercise, like walking, swimming, or cycling, keeps your heart and lungs strong. High-intensity intervals can offer powerful benefits in less time. In your 40s and 50s, shift toward joint-friendly movement. Protect your knees and hips while still staying active. And no matter your age, the best kind of exercise is the one you enjoy enough to keep doing. Keep moving. Stay strong. Dance a little. Walk a lot. Your body will thank you. Chapter 4. Know your risks, then outsmart them. Each decade of life brings new risks. But many of them are manageable, if you know what to look for. In your 30s, stress, fertility, and early muscle loss are common. In your 40s, be mindful of blood pressure, cholesterol, and signs of depression. In your 50s, you may face heart disease, arthritis, or changes in vision and hearing. In your 60s and beyond, the risk of Alzheimer's, bone fractures, and immune decline rises. These aren't reasons to worry, they're reasons to prepare. Stay ahead by seeing your doctor regularly. Know your family history. And pay attention to subtle symptoms. Prevention is powerful. It starts with small changes: less sugar, more sleep, less sitting, more laughter. Your health isn't a mystery, it's a message. Listen closely. Chapter 5. Screenings are self-care. You don't need to wait for a symptom to take your health seriously. Medical testing is how you stay ahead. Think of it like checking the engine of your car. It's easier to fix a small issue than to wait for something major to break down. Get your blood pressure and cholesterol checked regularly starting in your 30s. Add glucose tests to monitor blood sugar. In your 40s and 50s, add cancer screenings, bone density scans, and eye exams. And don't forget your mental health. Screenings for anxiety and depression are just as important. Your health is worth protecting. An early detection can save your life. Be proactive. You deserve the peace of mind. Chapter 6. Reverse the clock, one habit at a time. You can't stop aging, but you can slow its impact. Weight-bearing exercise keeps bones strong. Resistance training builds and maintains muscle. Antioxidants from berries and leafy greens protect your cells. Vitamin D, healthy fats, hydration, and quality sleep, all these things restore your body's natural vitality. Stretch daily. Protect your skin with SPF. Limit alcohol. Breathe deeply. And above all, be kind to yourself. Your body has carried you through so much. Give it what it needs to keep going. Each good choice is a signal to your body: I care. I'm listening. I'm not giving up. Final summary. The key message in Eat Your Age is this: how you age is in your hands. Through thoughtful nutrition, movement, awareness, and care, you can live with strength and joy, no matter the number on your birthday cake. It's not about chasing youth. It's about embracing every year with wisdom, energy, and purpose. Let your years be rich in health. Let your choices reflect how deeply you value this one life. And now, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath deepens, let the lessons of this story settle into your subconscious. Feel the strength in your body, the rhythm in your heart, the calm in your mind. You are enough. You are evolving. You are aging well. Good night, and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library, a quiet space where ideas become dreams and learning blends with deep rest. Tonight, we'll be exploring the art of calm, confident communication, how the way we start a conversation shapes the entire path ahead. Our book tonight is The First Minute by Chris Fenning, a guide to making communication clear, impactful, and efficient, whether you're speaking in meetings, sending an email, or having a quick chat in the hallway. Fenning shows us that it only takes a moment, the first minute, to set the tone, to reduce confusion, and to make sure our ideas land exactly the way we intend. So wherever you're listening from tonight, settle in. And if there's a topic you'd like to hear about in a future episode, we invite you to share it with us. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. Let's drift into a space where clarity feels peaceful, where simplicity and focus can rest gently in the mind, and where, with each soft chapter, you come closer to sleep. Let's begin. Chapter 1: Framing the Moment. Imagine stepping into a room filled with quiet anticipation. Your team is gathered. A meeting has just begun, and all eyes are on you. You've prepared your ideas. You know what needs to be shared. But how you begin determines whether your message will land with ease or dissolve into a cloud of confusion. This is where the art of framing comes in. According to Chris Fenning, every effective conversation begins with 3 gentle guideposts: context, intent, and your key message. Context sets the stage. You might say, "This is about our Q3 project schedule," or "I'd like to discuss today's client feedback." Simple. Grounding. It helps your listener land in the same mental space as you. Next is intent. Why are you speaking? What do you need from this conversation? Perhaps you need a decision. Perhaps you're just offering an update. Being clear helps your listener tune in appropriately. Finally, share your key message, the single most important thing you want them to know. Rather than walking a winding path, lead gently with what matters. A good example might be, "I'd like to give you a brief update on the client rollout and ask for your input on a new timeline." And just like that, your audience knows where they are, what's coming, and why it matters. Think of framing as placing a gentle hand on someone's shoulder and saying, "Here's what we're talking about, here's why, and here's what I'd like to explore together." It's calming, reassuring. It saves everyone from the stress of guessing what's important. Whether you're giving a performance review, chatting over lunch, or hopping on a video call, the first minute is a quiet, powerful moment to guide the way. Let's continue. Chapter 2: The Power of a Structured Summary. Once you've set the frame, how do you share your message clearly, especially when the topic is complex? That's where the GPS method comes in. Not the kind of GPS that gets you to a physical destination, but one that gently guides your listener's mind. G for goal, P for problem, S for solution, It's a simple yet elegant way to structure what you're saying, especially when the conversation could easily drift or become overwhelming. Let's imagine this. You're introducing a new software tool to your department. You begin with the goal. Our aim is to streamline our client onboarding process. Then, the problem. Our current system is time-consuming and prone to error. Finally, the solution. This new software automates the steps and reduces admin work by 40%. Just like that, your message becomes a calm, three-part story. People don't get lost. They feel guided. They trust that you've thought it through. This same method can be used when updating a manager, responding to feedback, or offering a suggestion. It even works in a quick hallway chat. Fenning reminds us, clarity is kindness. When you lead with a structured summary, you're not dumbing things down. You're lifting your message up where it can be seen and held with ease. Let's pause for a moment and take a breath. Notice how good it feels to be understood. To hear a message and immediately know where it's going. That's the gift of structure, not rigidity, but rhythm. Onward. Chapter 3: Timing and Validation. Now let's imagine another familiar moment. You see your colleague at their desk. They look focused, maybe even a little stressed. You have something important to share, maybe just 5 minutes worth. You approach and say, "Do you have a sec?" But in truth, it takes 15 minutes. Now they're behind on something else. And both of you leave the exchange a little less satisfied. This is why Fenning introduces the importance of time checks and validation. When we ask someone if they have time, we offer them the chance to be present fully, willingly, and without resentment. Try instead. Do you have 10 minutes now to go over the client feedback? This shows you value their schedule. And it gently encourages mutual respect. Once you've begun speaking, a validation checkpoint can help ensure you're aligned. You might ask, "Is this a good time to talk?" Or, "Is this what you needed from me today?" It's like adjusting the sails mid-journey to make sure the wind is still in your favor. These small kindnesses keep communication flowing smoothly, like water down a gentle stream. Even in moments of conflict or tension, a pause to check time and intent can make all the difference. These techniques are not just about being efficient. They're about being human, thoughtful, patient, and real. So, the next time you're about to start a conversation, ask yourself, how much time will this really take? Have I checked that they're available to hear it? Do they feel seen and respected? These moments, quiet and brief, are the roots of deep understanding. Let's continue. Chapter 4: Making every format count. Whether we speak face-to-face, through a keyboard, or across a boardroom, the way we start shapes the way we are received. In emails, clarity starts with the subject line. Try "action needed," approval for marketing plan, rather than a vague follow-up. Begin the body with a structured summary. Our goal is to finalize next quarter's campaign. The problem is we haven't yet confirmed the budget. I propose we adjust the spending by 10%, which keeps us aligned with targets. Clear. Calm. Actionable. In meetings, use the same approach in your invitation. Purpose. Resolve timeline for product launch. Outcome. Confirm next steps. When others arrive, they know why they're there. There's no wasted time, no drifting discussion. Even in casual instant messages or Slack threads, you can apply the same technique. Hi, I'm checking in about the update for Project Phoenix. We need to confirm the headline by 3 p.m. Is now a good time to talk. Even sharing good news becomes more meaningful when framed with intention. Just wanted to share, the team exceeded our goal by 20% this month. That's a huge win, and I'm grateful to all of you. In each case, the first minute matters. It carries weight, and when we handle it gently, we make space for connection. Think of it like entering a room with soft lighting and a clear view. Inviting, peaceful, and easy to navigate. Conclusion, gentle precision. Tonight, you've wandered through the pages of the first minute. Guided by the calm voice of Chris Fenning and the quiet power of thoughtful communication. You've discovered that every conversation can begin with clarity. That the way we open shapes the way we are heard. With a little structure, a little intention, and a touch of kindness, we can turn confusion into connection. Remember the tools. Frame your message. Use the GPS method. Check the time and validate presence. And tailor your style to the setting. Each one is a soft thread you can weave into your daily life. And now, let those thoughts drift gently to the background. Let your breath slow down. Let the stillness settle over you like a warm, familiar blanket. There's no meeting now. No summary to write. Just peace. Just rest. Thank you for joining us tonight in the Midnight Library. We'll see you again soon. Good night, and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight's story is a gentle guide for anyone seeking love, not just in their relationships, but within themselves. Based on Gillian Turecki's 2025 book It Begins With You, The 9 Hard Truths About Love That Will Change Your Life, this episode is a soft reflection on what it really takes to create deep, fulfilling, lasting love. These truths may be difficult to face at first, but in their honesty lies the foundation of transformation. If you're listening in bed, preparing for sleep, this is your invitation to settle in. Let the day melt away, and allow the wisdom of these 9 truths to sink gently into your subconscious. And before we begin, we'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. Send us a message and share your favorite moments. And as always, if there's a book you'd like us to feature, let us know. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. It Begins With You. Every relationship you've ever had, from the magical to the painful, had one constant: you. This truth might feel heavy, but it's also incredibly empowering. Because if you are the common thread, it means you have the power to change the pattern. Many of us repeat unconscious choices. We might consistently fall for emotionally unavailable partners, or find ourselves fixing others instead of seeing them clearly. We might say we want love, but run from intimacy when it arrives. Real change starts with awareness. Ask yourself gently, how am I contributing to the relationships that aren't working? Write it down, if that helps. And be kind with what you find. Self-responsibility isn't about blame, it's about power. It's the first step toward love that doesn't just spark, but sustains. Chapter 2. The mind is a battlefield. Sometimes, the biggest fights in our relationships never leave our heads. We imagine slights, create stories, and react to scenarios that never really happened. One missed message spirals into a fear of abandonment. A partner's silence becomes a sign that they're pulling away, even when they're just tired. This inner turmoil is often louder than anything happening outside of us. The key is mindfulness. Try practicing active listening, really hearing your partner without preparing your response. Try pausing before reacting. Try journaling the story your mind is telling you, then asking, is this actually true? By calming your inner storm, you allow space for real connection, not just with others, but with yourself. Chapter 3. Lust is not love. That electric feeling when you meet someone new. The butterflies, the rush, the magnetism. It's thrilling, and it's not love. It's lust. And while lust can be the spark, it's not the flame that keeps love burning. We often confuse chemistry with compatibility. But lasting love comes from something deeper: acceptance, emotional safety, and genuine understanding. Ask yourself, am I in love with this person, or with the way they make me feel about myself? Love isn't about being completed. It's about connection between two whole people. Take your time. Pace the relationship. And remember, the real magic unfolds slowly. Chapter 4. You have to love yourself. You can't receive what you don't believe you deserve. This is why self-love is the foundation of any relationship. Not perfect self-love, but enough to say, I deserve care. I deserve respect. So many of us seek validation through romantic love. But love can't heal our wounds unless we've started to tend to them ourselves. Start small, say no to things that drain you. Create a list of comfort rituals, a favorite song, a deep breath, a walk around the block. Speak to yourself with the kindness you'd offer a close friend. The more you treat yourself with love, the less you'll tolerate love that doesn't feel safe or true. Chapter 5. Speak up and tell the truth. Keeping quiet to keep the peace isn't peace, it's a quiet kind of disconnection. Real intimacy needs truth. It needs you to say what you feel, what you want, and what isn't working. Even when it's awkward. Even when it's hard. So instead of saying, I'm fine, when you're not, try this, I felt hurt when you didn't ask about my day. Or simply, I need a little more support right now. Your truth doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be honest. That's how love grows strong roots. Chapter 6. Be your best self. Love can be easy in the beginning. But lasting love asks more. It asks you to bring your best self, not just on special occasions, but especially in the small, quiet moments. Your best self is patient. Your best self pauses before reacting. Your best self notices when you're getting triggered and gently asks, what's really going on here? No one is perfect. But the more you return to your best self, even after slipping, the more your relationship becomes a space of mutual growth. Chapter 7. You can't convince someone to love you. Trying to prove your worth to someone is a sure path to heartbreak. If love feels like a constant audition, it's not love, it's a trap. You never have to convince the right person to choose you. So if you find yourself trying to win someone over, step back. Fill your life with your own passions, your own joys, your own people. Love is not something you earn. It's something you share, freely, openly, without striving. Chapter 8. No one is coming to save you. Fairy tales told us love would rescue us. That one perfect person would arrive and make it all better. But real life asks something different, to save yourself. This doesn't mean you must do everything alone. It means you build a life that feels whole, whether you're partnered or not. Pursue your dreams. Nourish your friendships. Create a life you love so much that a romantic partner becomes an enhancement, not a lifeline. Because when you stop waiting for rescue, you become the hero of your own love story. Chapter 9. Make peace with your parents. Our earliest relationships leave lasting imprints. If you've ever wondered why you keep dating the same type, or why certain things in love trigger deep emotion, the answer may lie in your childhood. But this doesn't mean you're doomed to repeat the past. It means you're invited to understand it. Write letters to your younger self. Explore your family history with compassion. Speak your truth, even if only to a journal. You don't need to reconcile with your parents to make peace, but you do need to understand how their love shaped your own. Because when you heal the past, you free your future. Final thoughts. So tonight, as you rest, remember these 9 truths. Love isn't something you stumble into. It's something you grow from the inside out. It begins with self-awareness. It continues with courage. And it blossoms when you learn to love, gently, honestly, fully. It doesn't begin with them. It begins with you. Thank you for joining us tonight in the Midnight Library. We'll be back soon with another journey into the wisdom of words. Until then, good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight, we invite you to settle in and drift off as we journey through the quiet jungles of deep time, the winding corridors of human evolution, and the big questions about where we came from and where we might be going. This sleep story is inspired by The Third Chimpanzee by Jared Diamond, a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and professor known for bridging biology, anthropology, and history. Diamond's central thesis is profound yet simple. We humans are not as different from our primate relatives as we might like to believe. In fact, genetically, we're almost indistinguishable from the chimpanzee, our closest cousin in the animal kingdom. And yet, our species alone creates art, writes poetry, wages war, and alters the very climate of the planet. Let this story be your invitation to wonder, not to worry. And before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? Feel free to share your location or send in requests for future stories you'd like to hear. And now, let us begin. Chapter 1: The Closest Cousins. Humans and chimpanzees share over 98% of their DNA. That's more than we share with any other animal, and more, in fact, than some nearly identical species of birds or frogs share with each other. This startling similarity led Diamond to suggest that humans and chimpanzees should be classified not just in the same family of species, but the same genus. According to this model, Homo sapiens, us, would be grouped alongside Homo troglodytes, the common chimpanzee, and Homo paniscus, the bonobo. It may sound strange to consider chimps as fellow members of our genus, but genetically, they're closer to us than many animals are to their supposed relatives. And if you've ever looked into the eyes of a chimp or watched one paint or play, it's easy to see a glimmer of something eerily human staring back. But of course, there's one key difference. Humans are the only species on Earth that speaks in fully formed language. And this ability, this one evolutionary leap, changed everything. Chapter 2: The Power of Language. The development of language, Diamond argues, was a turning point in the story of Homo sapiens. Physical evolution had taken us far. Over millions of years, we'd gone from ape-like ancestors to upright walkers, fire users, and tool makers. But it wasn't until language evolved that we saw what Diamond calls the Great Leap Forward. This leap allowed for an explosion of culture. With language, humans could share ideas, imagine the future, and teach complex skills. Art, rituals, and even early religion flourished. Other animals communicate, of course. Vervet monkeys, for example, have different calls for snakes, eagles, and leopards. But only humans developed grammar and syntax, systems that let us build stories and civilizations. And interestingly, the way new languages form, like creoles that evolve from simple trading tongues called pidgins, gives us clues to how human language itself may have started, slowly, creatively, and with a little chaos. Chapter 3: Sexual Selection and Racial Diversity. Why do humans look so different from one another across the globe? Skin tone, hair type, eye color, These traits vary more in humans than in any other species of primate. Some of this is natural selection. Darker skin helps protect against sun damage in equatorial regions, while lighter skin can absorb more vitamin D in areas with less sunlight. But Diamond introduces another explanation: sexual selection. Unlike traits that help with survival, sexual selection favors traits that are attractive. If people in one area found certain eye colors or body shapes appealing, those preferences would shape the gene pool over generations. This helps explain why some traits, like long hair or facial symmetry, might have been selected for even if they didn't offer any survival benefit. They offered social or reproductive advantages instead. It's a fascinating idea that some of what makes us human didn't evolve to help us live, but to help us love. Chapter 4: Rethinking Agriculture. One of the most surprising claims Diamond makes is this: agriculture might not have been the breakthrough we often imagine it to be. Farming societies, though larger and more technologically advanced, were not necessarily happier or healthier than the hunter-gatherers that came before. In fact, archaeological evidence shows that early farmers were shorter, more disease-prone, and often malnourished compared to their foraging ancestors. So why did we adopt agriculture? Because it allowed for population growth. Farming could feed more people, even if those people weren't healthier. And once farming societies outnumbered foragers, the old ways were pushed to the margins. It's a sobering reminder: progress isn't always an improvement. Chapter 5: The Dark Potential of the Human Animal. Diamond also explores one of the darkest aspects of our species: our capacity for genocide. From the near erasure of the Tasmanian natives to the Rwandan genocide of 1994, the impulse to destroy members of our own kind is tragically human. He argues that this isn't the behavior of monsters, but of ordinary people, under certain circumstances. Given fear, propaganda, and power, many of us could be drawn into acts we'd never imagine ourselves capable of. It's not pleasant to think about. But understanding this tendency is the first step to preventing it. We are not doomed to repeat these tragedies, but only if we understand the forces that shape them. Chapter 6: Humans and the Environment. Finally, Diamond looks at the myth of the noble savage, the idea that ancient or indigenous people lived in perfect harmony with nature. It's a comforting story, but it's not quite true. When the Maori first arrived in New Zealand, they hunted the moa, a giant flightless bird, to extinction. When early civilizations cleared forests, they sometimes destroyed their own water sources and collapsed their own societies. Even today, humans continue to alter the planet on a massive scale. But unlike our ancestors, we now know exactly what we're doing. That knowledge gives us power, and with it, responsibility. Our ability to imagine the future is one of our greatest gifts. But if we don't use it wisely, it could become our greatest curse. Conclusion: the third chimpanzee reflects. So what does it all mean? In the third chimpanzee, Jared Diamond urges us to see ourselves clearly, not as creatures above nature, but as animals with a unique set of tools. Tools that can create beauty, solve problems, and build wonders. But also tools that can destroy, deceive, and dominate. To be human is to stand on the edge of two possibilities. And in this moment of global change, Diamond invites us to reflect, which path will we choose? Let this question gently float through your thoughts as you drift off tonight, not as a source of worry, but of wonder. You are part of an extraordinary species, with a remarkable story. And the next chapter, dear listener, is still being written. Thank you for joining us here, in the Midnight Library. Sleep well, and let your dreams explore the forests of time, the stars of possibility, and the echo of our shared origins. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight's episode is a journey into one of the most powerful works of modern philosophy, and a foundational text of feminism. We'll explore The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir, a book that redefined how we see gender, identity, and freedom. As always, this is your time to rest, restore, and open your subconscious to gentle learning. If you're new here, welcome. And if you're returning, we're so glad to have you back. Listeners from around the world are tuning in, and we'd love to hear where you're listening from. Let us know, and feel free to send in your requests for future stories, too. Now, tuck yourself in, get comfortable, and let's begin a quiet exploration of The Second Sex, a book that asks us not just what it means to be a woman, but how freedom itself must be redefined. About the author. Simone de Beauvoir was a French philosopher, novelist, and public intellectual. A lifelong companion of Jean-Paul Sartre, she is best known for her contributions to existentialism, ethics, and feminist philosophy. The Second Sex, published in 1949, is widely regarded as her masterwork, and one of the most important feminist texts of the 20th century. De Beauvoir's work was grounded in existentialist thought, the belief that existence precedes essence, and that each person must define themselves through their actions. For her, gender was not a destiny but a process, and liberation came not from rebellion alone, but from redefinition. Introduction. What's in it for me? A profound look into how womanhood was constructed, and how it can be redefined. One is not born, but rather becomes, a woman. With this revolutionary sentence, Simone de Beauvoir shattered conventional wisdom about gender. To her, womanhood wasn't a natural state, but a learned condition, shaped by culture, history, and society. In The Second Sex, de Beauvoir explores how women became the other, defined in relation to men rather than as individuals in their own right. Through history, biology, psychoanalysis, literature, and lived experience, she shows how woman was cast into a passive, domestic role, confined to a life of repetition, dependence, and subjugation. Yet this story, she insists, is not inevitable. It can be rewritten. Tonight, we'll gently follow de Beauvoir's ideas and discover how they help us understand ourselves, society, and the ongoing journey toward freedom. Let's begin. Chapter 1: The Othering of Woman. At the heart of de Beauvoir's argument is the concept of the other. Throughout history, identity has been defined not by who we are, but by who we are not. Master and slave, citizen and foreigner, man and woman. In each pair, one identity becomes dominant, the self, while the other is relegated to a lesser status. Man defines himself as the subject, active, rational, transcendent. Woman is made the object, passive, emotional, immanent. He acts. She responds. He creates. She nurtures. Over time, this binary becomes not just social, but internalized. Women begin to see themselves through the eyes of men. But how did this come to be? De Beauvoir explores human biology and psychology to explain, and then dismantle, this story. Yes, there are biological differences. Men tend to be physically stronger. Women bear children. But biology, she argues, is never destiny. In a society that valued collaboration, caregiving and emotional intelligence, these differences could lead to equality, not subjugation. Yet history took another path. Chapter 2: From Matriarchy to Patriarchy. In early human societies, women held central roles. In many cultures, they were revered as life-givers, goddesses, and keepers of the hearth. Matriarchal traditions were common, especially in agricultural communities, where fertility was sacred and lineage passed through the mother. But as societies moved toward private property and male lineage, this power shifted. Childbearing became a reason to control women's bodies, and womanhood was recast as passive, dependent, and domestic. Marriage became the institution that codified this power imbalance. Women were passed from father to husband. Their labor, reproductive, emotional, and domestic, was unpaid and expected. Their identity became tied not to their own lives, but to their role in supporting someone else's. Even in myth and religion, women became symbols of temptation or purity, the Madonna or the whore. Never the hero. Always the other. This shift would echo through centuries. Chapter 3: Woman as Myth, Not Person. De Beauvoir points to myths that paint woman as mysterious, emotional, and unknowable. From Pandora's box to Eve's temptation, women are blamed for human suffering, yet expected to redeem it through sacrifice and silence. Modern culture continues these myths. The selfless mother. The seductive muse. The nurturing caretaker. Each one reduces women to a function, rather than honoring them as full, free beings. Even in psychoanalysis, de Beauvoir critiques Freud's concept of penis envy, a theory built on the assumption that male anatomy is the default. Female difference becomes deficiency. But what if, she asks, woman is not a failed man? What if her worth is not measured against male traits at all? In literature, too, women are rarely protagonists of their own stories. They are muses, wives, lovers, inspiration for male heroes, but rarely heroes themselves. Their inner worlds are flattened into stereotypes. These myths aren't just ideas. They shape how women live, think, and feel. They shape how men treat them. And they limit what is possible. Chapter 4: Becoming Woman. De Beauvoir's most famous idea is that woman is not born, she is made. From the earliest age, girls are taught to be soft, to please, to nurture. They are given dolls instead of building blocks. They are praised for beauty, not bravery. Boys are taught to explore, to take risks, to conquer the world. Girls are taught to wait, to obey, to be chosen. This process intensifies in adolescence. As the body changes, girls become conscious of being looked at. They learn to see themselves through others' eyes. Their value becomes tied to appearance, to desirability, to modesty and self-control. Romantic love, in particular, becomes a powerful trap. Girls are taught to dream of marriage, not as a partnership, but as salvation. She is incomplete without him. Her purpose is to support his. De Beauvoir calls this the seduction of immanence, a life turned inward, waiting, longing, supporting. A life where woman never fully becomes herself. But it doesn't have to be this way. Chapter 5: Transcendence, Freedom, and the Path Forward. In existentialist thought, freedom is our birthright. We are not bound by fate. We define ourselves by what we do, by the choices we make. To be truly free, de Beauvoir says, woman must refuse the roles society has given her, and instead define herself as subject, not object. This doesn't mean rejecting femininity. It means reclaiming it. It means writing our own stories, not simply appearing in others. It means building lives of action, not passivity. It also means changing the world around us. Freedom is not an individual escape, it's a shared project. Society must evolve to support both men and women in living fully human lives, where care work is valued, where choice is protected, and where gender is not a cage. Real equality, de Beauvoir writes, comes when man and woman see each other not as master and other, but as peers, equally capable of thought, freedom, and transcendence. Final thoughts. The Second Sex is not just a book about women. It's a book about all of us, about how identity is made, how freedom is earned, and how we can break the patterns that limit our lives. De Beauvoir's message is both a warning and an invitation. If woman is a social construct, then she can be rebuilt. And in that rebuilding, we can all find greater truth and freedom. No one is born a woman, she wrote. One becomes one. And perhaps, one can also become something more. Thank you for joining us tonight at the Midnight Library. If you're still awake, take a moment to notice your breath. Let it slow. Let it soften. Let these ideas float in your subconscious like a quiet stream. And if you're already dreaming, may your dreams be full of clarity, courage, and light. Until next time. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. It's time to settle into stillness. Wherever you are, allow yourself to unwind. Take a long breath in and out. Let go of the day behind you. You're now entering a space of quiet reflection and peaceful rest, where stories become gentle companions for your subconscious mind. Each night in the Midnight Library, we share ideas from the world's great thinkers, simplified, softened, and reshaped to help you drift into sleep while absorbing the wisdom they offer. Tonight's book is Start Making Sense by Stephen J. Heine, a gentle, powerful exploration of how psychology, philosophy, and existential thought can help us build meaning in a confusing world. Before we begin, we'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. If there's a book you'd like us to feature in a future episode, let us know. Now, let's begin. About the author. Stephen J. Heine is a Canadian professor of social and cultural psychology at the University of British Columbia. He's a world-leading scholar in cultural psychology and the author of some of the most widely used textbooks in the field. In his work, Heine explores how culture, cognition, and meaning shape human behavior. With Start Making Sense, he invites us to blend behavioral science with existential philosophy, showing how we can embrace life's absurdity to craft lives of intention, courage, and meaning. Introduction: Embracing meaning in an uncertain world. Imagine Paris in the summer of 1949. The war has ended, and the city buzzes with a cautious but undeniable sense of hope. At a little sidewalk cafe, three thinkers are deep in conversation. Albert Camus, the rugged, soulful novelist, Jean-Paul Sartre, the ever-introspective philosopher, and Simone de Beauvoir, fierce, brilliant, and sharp-tongued, who is about to release The Second Sex, a book that will change the world. They're not just talking politics or art. They're talking about life and its strange, often painful absurdity. Together, they form the core of the existentialist movement. And while existentialism has since become shorthand for bleakness and brooding, these thinkers were focused on something far more life-affirming, the idea that even when life makes no sense, you can still make meaning. Stephen Heine's Start Making Sense explores how modern psychology echoes these same existential themes. When the world feels chaotic, and our carefully constructed identities begin to crumble, there's a hidden power in accepting that we're sense-making creatures, storytellers, who can learn to live fully even when we don't have all the answers. Tonight, let's explore how you can begin to make sense of your life, not by denying its confusion, but by learning to dance with it. Chapter 1: The Sense-Making Ape. If someone asked you right now, "Who are you?" how would you answer? You might say, "I'm a writer," or "a parent," or "a friend." You might describe your personality, kind, analytical, curious. But depending on where you're from, your answer could change entirely. In East Asian cultures, people often define themselves in terms of relationships. "I'm the daughter of," or "I belong to this community." In the West, we lean more toward individuality, defining ourselves by our work, interests, or unique traits. In every case, though, humans are creatures of meaning. We're wired to make sense of ourselves and the world around us. We tell stories, both aloud and silently, about who we are and why things happen. And when those stories stop working, we suffer. You've probably felt it. That sense of disconnection when something in your life no longer fits the narrative. A breakup. A job loss. A global crisis. Suddenly, your identity feels fragile. That's not just psychological discomfort, it's existential. Heine reminds us that the need for meaning is one of the strongest predictors of well-being. In fact, humans will often choose discomfort over confusion. We'll cling to broken systems and outdated beliefs just to avoid uncertainty. Consider how many people, in the wake of massive life changes, immediately rush to create a new sense of purpose. A retiree becomes a mentor. A widow starts a foundation. Even in grief, we seek meaning. Existentialist thinkers saw this clearly. Nietzsche, Camus, Sartre, and de Beauvoir understood that when the stories we live by collapse, we don't fall into despair because life has no meaning, we fall because we haven't yet written a new one. Chapter 2. The Stories We Tell Ourselves. Albert Camus famously wrote about the absurd, that terrifying gap between the human desire for clarity and the cold indifference of the universe. Imagine someone who has always defined themselves by their career, a teacher, perhaps. For decades, this person has felt valued and fulfilled. But suddenly, they lose their job. Without it, who are they? That inner narrative collapses. Or think of someone who believes they're a generous person, but they're told by a loved one that they've been selfish. The story doesn't match the reality, and that dissonance hurts. Heine notes that we all have these stories, internal scripts that help us make sense of who we are. And when those scripts are challenged, it can feel like an identity crisis. But there's a liberating truth here. If we are the authors of our stories, we can also rewrite them. Walt Whitman, the poet, embraced contradiction. I am large, he wrote, I contain multitudes. We are not meant to be perfectly consistent. We're meant to evolve. Instead of seeing inconsistencies as flaws, what if we viewed them as invitations? Opportunities to refine our story and make it truer, fuller, more aligned with who we're becoming. If you once saw yourself as timid, but find yourself speaking out, the story can change. If you've lived as a people pleaser, but are learning to set boundaries, the story can change. You are not fixed. You are a work of meaning in motion. Chapter 3. Faking it or making it. Children are some of the most creative meaning makers of all. If you've ever listened to a child try to explain the world, you've seen this in action. Told they're going to a recital, a child might assume it's like church, because they've been told to dress up. If it's held at night, they may assume it's like going to a restaurant or watching a movie. They create meaning by connecting new experiences to what's already familiar. This tendency doesn't disappear with age. As adults, we still try to make new experiences fit into old frameworks. Even when the world is clearly changing around us, we try to maintain our existing beliefs. This is why people may continue supporting political or religious systems that no longer serve them, not out of ignorance, but because their sense of identity is built around them. It's also why scientific revolutions take so long. When Copernicus proposed that the Earth orbited the Sun, the idea was met with resistance. Not because it wasn't true, but because it shattered centuries of worldview. Scientists, like anyone else, are human and reluctant to abandon familiar stories, even when they no longer make sense. Eisenhardt calls this faking meaning. We patch up old frameworks instead of creating new ones. But at some point, those patches give way. And when they do, we're invited into a deeper, more honest relationship with ourselves and the world. To start making sense, we must first stop pretending. Chapter 4: Don't be a stranger. Camus' novel The Stranger offers a haunting picture of what happens when someone gives up on meaning entirely. Its protagonist, Musault, is disconnected, passive, and indifferent even to the death of his own mother. Without meaning, without engagement, he floats through life until tragedy strikes. His story is a warning. Without meaning, we become strangers not just to the world, but to ourselves. But existentialism doesn't leave us in despair. In fact, it offers a powerful alternative. You can choose meaning. You can make meaning. You can stop living by someone else's story and start writing your own. Eisenhardt suggests that in moments of disconnection, we must return to the things that feel real. For some, that's nature. For others, creativity, family, faith, or service. The details don't matter. What matters is that you choose to engage with life, not withdraw from it. Jean-Paul Sartre said that even though we didn't choose to be born, we are responsible for the lives we create. And that's the heart of existentialism. No one is coming to hand us a ready-made purpose. It's ours to shape, moment by moment, choice by choice. In times of confusion, this truth can feel overwhelming. But over time, it becomes empowering. The absurd isn't a threat, it's an invitation. If nothing has fixed meaning, then everything can hold meaning. Your work, your relationships, your quiet rituals, your dreams. All of it can matter if you choose to let it. Final summary. Start Making Sense reminds us that meaning isn't found, it's made. We are, by nature, storytellers. Our happiness depends not on the certainty of the world, but on the quality of the stories we tell ourselves about it. And when the old stories no longer fit, we have the power to write new ones. By acknowledging your contradictions, embracing uncertainty, and choosing to live with intention, you can start making sense of your life, even when the world doesn't. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, know that your story is still unfolding. And you are the author. Thank you for joining us in the Midnight Library. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. This is the place where books become dreams, where wisdom from history, business, health, and personal development transforms into soothing bedtime stories for the soul. Tonight, we explore a book that invites us to rethink everything we've been taught about work, time, and fulfillment. It's called Work Backwards, written by Tim Duggan. Tim Duggan is a renowned Australian author and digital media entrepreneur. As the co-founder of Junkie Media, an author of best-selling titles like Cult Status and Killer Thinking, Tim has helped shape how we think about work, creativity, and impact in the modern world. With Work Backwards, he offers a revolutionary blueprint for escaping the burnout trap and designing a life where work complements, rather than controls, who we are. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Breathe in and out. Lower your shoulders. Soften your gaze. And as you settle in, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. We love knowing where in the world our Midnight Library stories are being heard. You can also let us know what book you'd love to fall asleep to next. Now, let's begin our journey into Work Backwards. Chapter 1: Balancing Life's 4 Key Slices. Imagine your life as a simple circle, sliced into 4 parts: work, relationships, mind, and body. Each slice is vital to your well-being. But how we prioritize them, that makes all the difference. Work often consumes the biggest slice. We spend roughly 1/3 of our lives doing it. But the other slices, nurturing relationships, nourishing the mind, and caring for the body, are just as essential. What if we flipped the traditional work-life balance to life-work balance? What if life came first? Tim Duggan proposes that the path to a more fulfilling life begins by reordering our priorities, not just emotionally, but practically, day to day. Happiness research shows we're often working more than we need to. If we truly optimized for joy, connection, and purpose, our days would look very different. It's time to start designing life from the heart outward. And that begins with how we spend our time. Chapter 2: Allocating Time for a Full Circle Life. Each week, you have 112 waking hours. What if you divided those hours equally between the 4 essential slices: 28 for work, 28 for relationships, 28 for mental stimulation, and 28 for physical care? It sounds radical, but it's entirely possible. Most of us are conditioned to prioritize work, often giving it far more time than it deserves. But studies show that working more than 35 hours a week rarely leads to greater well-being or productivity. In fact, 28 focused hours might be all you need. Spending equal time on relationships, the mind, and the body can transform your quality of life. 4 hours a day with loved ones. 4 hours a day learning, reading, relaxing, or daydreaming. 4 hours a day cooking nourishing meals, moving your body, or simply resting. And some activities can overlap: going for a walk with a friend, preparing dinner with family, or listening to an audiobook while stretching. The goal isn't perfection. it's awareness. This is how a full circle life begins, not with more time, but with intention. Chapter 3: Rethinking Budgeting with Joy in Mind. When you hear the word budget, what comes to mind? For many, it's restriction, control, sacrifice. But Tim Duggan reframes budgeting as a joyful exercise in self-awareness. He introduces the concept of a backwards budget, a method that starts not with income, but with what you need to live the life you truly want. The backwards budget asks, what's enough for you? What are the non-negotiables that bring joy, peace, and fulfillment? And how much do those things actually cost? Once you know your ideal lifestyle costs, you can work backwards to create income streams that support it, rather than work endlessly hoping to someday afford joy. Maybe you discover you don't need as much as you thought. Maybe you find new clarity about what really matters. Budgeting, then, becomes less about numbers and more about values. And with that shift, financial peace begins to bloom. Chapter 4: Meaning at Work, Redefined. We've all heard the saying, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But that's not always realistic or necessary. Tim Duggan explains that work doesn't have to be your passion. It just has to be manageable, meaningful enough, and aligned with your values. Some people see their job as a means to support their passions outside of work. Others find career paths that offer growth and learning. A few feel called to work that expresses their deepest purpose. All of these are valid. Studies show that spending just 20% of your work time on meaningful tasks can significantly reduce burnout. And adding more than that doesn't necessarily increase your fulfillment. The takeaway is simple: you don't need to love every part of your job. But finding moments of meaning, small, intentional slices of satisfaction, can change your relationship with work. It's not about quitting your job to chase a dream. It's about finding value in what you already do, and knowing when it's time to shift. Chapter 5: Designing your life around your style. One of the most powerful insights from Work Backwards is understanding your work-life boundary style. Are you a segmenter? Someone who needs clear separation between work and life? Or are you an integrator? Someone who blends both throughout the day? Segmenters work best with structure and shut-off time. Integrators thrive in flexibility, weaving tasks around life's rhythms. Neither is better. What matters is knowing which one you are. As remote work becomes more common, recognizing your style helps you create a schedule that supports your energy, focus, and relationships. If you're a segmenter, you might benefit from designated work hours and a strict end-of-day routine. If you're an integrator, creating flexible blocks with mental space in between might suit you better. Honoring your natural rhythm helps you do better work and live a better life. The message is simple, yet transformative. You don't have to change who you are to succeed. You just need to work with, not against, your nature. Final summary. Work backwards teaches us that life is not about fitting ourselves into a rigid system, but about designing a rhythm that honors our priorities, energy, and joy. It starts by shifting focus from work first to life first. By balancing the four essential slices, work, relationships, mind, and body, we begin to reclaim time, clarity, and connection. You don't need to wait for the weekend to feel free. You don't need to chase a dream job to find peace. And you don't need more hours in the day, you just need to spend them wisely. With small shifts in schedule, budgeting, and mindset, you can work backwards from the life you truly want and build it from the inside out. Now, let go of the to-do list, the deadlines, the expectations. Let the wisdom settle gently in your mind as you drift toward stillness. You are safe. You are whole. And you have time. Everything you need is already within you. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight, we turn the pages of The 4-Hour Body by Tim Ferriss, an uncommon guide to rapid fat loss, incredible sex, and becoming superhuman. Here in the library, we transform best-selling books into gentle, slow stories for your subconscious mind. All you need to do is settle in, soften your thoughts, and allow the ideas to drift through your dreams. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Allow your breath to slow. Let the outside world melt away. And if you'd like, tell us where you're listening from, or which book you'd love to hear next. We're always here, reading by lamplight, waiting to share another chapter with you. Now, let's begin. About the author. Timothy Ferriss is a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and self-experimenter. Known for testing the boundaries of performance, health, and productivity, Ferriss is also the author of The 4-Hour Workweek and The 4-Hour Chef. He's invested in companies like Uber, Twitter, and Facebook, and is one of the most influential voices in the world of personal development. With The 4-Hour Body, Ferriss became his own guinea pig, experimenting with diets, exercise, sleep, and sex to uncover surprising truths, and share them with readers around the world. Introduction: What's in it for me? Learn how to hack your body with personally proven techniques. Ferriss wanted answers to the most common human questions. How do I lose fat fast? How can I sleep less and feel better? What does it really take to build muscle? And is it possible to improve performance, in bed, in the gym, and in life, without spending years trying? With the help of doctors, athletes, scientists, and decades of trial and error, Ferriss uncovered some surprising answers. These are shortcuts, or as he calls them, minimum effective doses. Simple, powerful shifts that can create major transformations, if you're willing to try. Let's begin the journey. Chapter 1: The Harajuku Moment and the Minimum Effective Dose. Transformation begins with a decision. A moment. A feeling of enough is enough. Ferriss calls this the Harajuku moment, the instant you realize you're ready to change. For Chad Fowler, it was a trip to Tokyo where he found nothing in the shops fit him. That moment triggered a complete transformation. He lost over 30 kilograms and changed his life. Once the moment arrives, Ferriss recommends you apply the minimum effective dose, or MED. The smallest possible input that produces the desired result. In fitness, this means doing only what's necessary, not more. High-volume training can be replaced with targeted, efficient movement. Take Ironman competitor Brian McKenzie. He reduced his training from 30 hours per week to just 6.5 by applying the MED. With this streamlined training, he finished fourth in one of the most intense endurance races in the world. It's not about doing more. It's about doing smarter. Chapter 2: The Slow-Carb Diet and Protein-First Mornings. To lose weight fast, Ferriss swears by the slow-carb diet, a 5-rule system that helped him shed 9 kilograms in 30 days without exercise. Rule 1: Avoid white carbs like bread, rice, potatoes, and pasta. Rule 2. Eat the same simple meals on repeat: lean protein, legumes, and vegetables. Rule 3. Drink only water, unsweetened tea or coffee, and limit alcohol to red wine. Rule 4. Avoid fruit, except for tomatoes and avocados. Rule 5. Embrace a weekly cheat day. Eat what you crave to spike metabolism and avoid burnout. Just as important is what you eat first thing in the morning. Ferriss emphasizes 30 grams of protein within 30 minutes of waking. This simple act reduces cravings and supports weight loss. Eggs, turkey bacon, or a protein shake can set the tone for the day and the body. Chapter 3. Burn fat and build muscle with simple movements. Tracy Rifkind discovered the power of the Russian kettlebell swing. In just 15 minutes twice a week, she lost over 45 kilograms. This compound movement activates the entire body, builds strength, and torches fat. It's simple, effective, and takes less time than a sitcom episode. On the muscle side, Ferriss created Occam's protocol, a minimalist approach to muscle gain. With just a few targeted lifts and maximum recovery, it's possible to build real muscle fast. Neil Strauss, author of The Game, used this method to gain 4.5 kilograms of muscle in 1 month. Chapter 4. Better sleep, less sleep, deeper sleep. Struggle to fall asleep. Ferriss recommends an ice bath 1 hour before bed. The drop in core temperature can trigger the body into rest mode. For those seeking more waking hours, Ferriss explored polyphasic sleep. The everyman schedule requires just 5.2 hours a day, 1 long core sleep and 2 short naps. The more extreme Uberman schedule trims sleep to just 2 hours a day. It's not for everyone, but it reveals how adaptable our bodies truly are. Chapter 5. Uncommon advice for better sex. According to Ferriss, improving your sex life is a matter of science and subtlety. Start by increasing hormones naturally. Cholesterol-rich foods like hard-boiled eggs can raise testosterone or luteinizing hormone levels, boosting libido for both men and women. And for enhanced intimacy, adjust angle and pressure. Slight changes in position can improve stimulation and connection, especially when communication and comfort are prioritized. Chapter 6. How to jump higher and run better. Want to jump higher? Try swinging your arms down like a diver before launching into a squat. This creates momentum and adds inches to your vertical leap. Want to run faster? Learn the pose method. Land on the balls of your feet, lean forward, keep knees bent, and let gravity do the work. This technique reduces injury, increases speed, and feels like flying. Chapter 7. Boost your performance with small adjustments. Allyson Felix, Olympic sprinter, used competition conditioning to break world records. She trained by walking fast, forcing her body to jog to maintain pace. For swimming, Ferriss embraced the total immersion technique, focusing on glide, body alignment, and reduced drag. In weeks, he doubled his swim distance without extra effort. The takeaway: Performance isn't always about pushing harder. It's about moving smarter. Conclusion: becoming superhuman one habit at a time. Ferriss teaches that transformation is accessible. By identifying your Harajuku moment, applying the minimum effective dose, and experimenting with small, consistent changes, you can reshape your body, boost your energy, and live better. It's not magic. It's method. As you settle into sleep, know that your body is already working with you, repairing, recharging, and recalibrating. The information you've absorbed tonight will continue to hum gently in the background, ready for action when you need it. And for now, you can rest. You've learned. You've listened. You've grown. Let go of the day and drift into the night. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library, the place where we take some of the world's most powerful books, spanning self-development, business, spirituality, and politics, and gently transform them into soothing bedtime stories, designed to help you sleep deeply and learn effortlessly. Tonight, we explore a transformative and heartfelt guide to inner peace and emotional balance, The Hidden Power of the 5 Hearts by Kimberly Snyder. Kimberly Snyder is a renowned holistic wellness expert, nutritionist, and the best-selling author of multiple books on health, beauty, and spiritual growth. She is the founder of the lifestyle brand Sull and has helped countless people, including celebrities, on their journeys to wellness and personal transformation. Her work blends ancient wisdom with modern practices, always anchored in heart-centered living and inner beauty. As always, we'd love to know where in the world you're listening from. It's always heartwarming to see how far these stories reach. And if there's a book you'd love us to turn into a sleep story, let us know in the comments. Now, let's take a slow, deep breath and begin our journey inward. Introduction. What's in it for me? A new path to peace, presence, and emotional clarity. Have you ever found yourself lying in bed at night, wide awake, with your mind racing, looping through worries, memories, and to-do lists? This is the mind on overdrive, a state that too many of us know too well. But what if we could gently shift our focus away from the noisy mind and toward the quiet wisdom of the heart? This is the essence of the hidden power of the 5 hearts, the invitation to lead from love, intuition, and balance, instead of fear, overthinking, or ego. Kimberly Snyder introduces us to 5 stages of heart-centered living. Together, they form a journey, from mental overwhelm to deep inner coherence, awakening a sense of peace, clarity, and compassion that can ripple through every part of your life. Let's begin. Chapter 1: The 5 Steps Toward Heart Coherence. Thinking is necessary, but thinking alone is not enough. The mind is excellent at problem-solving, logic, and linear plans. But left unchecked, it can feed us a constant stream of negative thoughts, like, I'm not good enough, or I need to be more like them. This is where the heart comes in. Though we often think of it as simply a blood-pumping organ, the heart has its own neural network, containing about 40,000 neurons, and a kind of intelligence that scientists are only beginning to understand. It even sends more signals to the brain than the brain does to the heart. When your heart and brain sync up in a state called coherence, you feel clearer, more resilient, and far more connected to yourself and others. The 5 hearts are a roadmap to reach this harmony. They move from disconnection and inner chaos to intuition, clarity, and radiant connection. Let's explore each one. Chapter 2: Moving Beyond the Dark Heart. The first stage is the dark heart. It's where many of us begin. In this state, the heart is quiet and the mind takes over. Stress, frustration, and confusion dominate. Negative thoughts feel like truth. We start believing we're broken, behind, or not enough. But this stage is a teacher. It's here to show us the contrast, to help us realize what it feels like when we live only from the head and not the heart. To move beyond the dark heart, begin by reconnecting with your heart. Place your hand gently on your chest. Breathe deeply. Imagine appreciation flowing into your heart. This simple act begins to re-establish communication between the brain and heart. This is the beginning of coherence. Over time, as this connection deepens, you'll find thoughts naturally begin to soften. You no longer have to force positivity. It arises on its own. And with that, the darkness begins to lift. Chapter 3: The Strengthening of the Propelled Heart. The second stage is the propelled heart. Here, you feel momentum. Light begins to return. And the voice of your heart gets louder than the chatter of your mind. You may begin to feel a newfound clarity. Confidence grows. And you start recognizing that the feelings of lack and fear were illusions. You were never broken. You were just disconnected. Practices like visualizing your heart as a radiant sun or placing a hand on both your heart and gut to align their wisdom help ground you. You may still feel occasional resistance or doubt, but overall, there's movement. Energy returns. Life begins to flow. This is the heart's quiet strength waking up. Chapter 4: The Wisdom of the Steady Heart. Next comes the steady heart. At this stage, your emotional waves calm. You stop searching for worth in the external world and instead anchor into the knowing that love, peace, and wisdom are already within you. Emotional intelligence deepens. You begin to notice when jealousy, impatience, or self-doubt arise, and instead of reacting, you respond. This is the heart as your guide. True love starts to feel less like a yearning and more like a steady flame within. You love not to be validated, but because it's your nature to love. You grow compassionate, even toward people who once triggered you. The heart becomes your anchor and your compass. Chapter 5: The Forgiveness of the Devoted Heart. Then comes the devoted heart. Here, your heart takes full leadership. You begin living more from your inner world than the outer one. Life slows down. Decisions come from intuition, not overthinking. Forgiveness becomes easier, and you begin releasing the old stories, wounds, and patterns that once kept you small. You become a quiet force, radiating love, but needing less in return. Compassion grows. Humility softens the ego. You trust the unfolding of life, knowing your heart will guide you always. And with every breath, love becomes not something you give or receive, but something you are. Chapter 6: Broadcasting the Clear Heart. Finally, you arrive at the clear heart. In this final stage, the heart and mind are no longer separate. They are one. You feel deeply connected to all beings, to the earth, and to life itself. You are no longer driven by fear, ego, or comparison. The clear heart is about service, transparency, and joy. Life becomes a meditation, a moment-to-moment opportunity to love. Here, you begin to broadcast your heart's light, quietly, gently, into the world. Through your presence alone, you bring healing. Not through words or actions, but by simply being. And when you breathe in, you feel love. When you breathe out, you offer it. This is the hidden power of the 5 hearts. And it has always been within you. Final summary. The journey from the dark heart to the clear heart is not linear. Some days we drift back. Some days we leap ahead. But the path remains. Each stage, dark, propelled, steady, devoted, and clear, represents a step toward deeper coherence between the heart and the mind. Between who you think you are and who you truly are. By practicing heart coherence, you can reduce stress, increase intuition, deepen relationships, and find a peace that doesn't fade. Kimberly Snyder's message is simple: your heart is the key. And when you live from the heart, your life becomes aligned, radiant, and beautifully whole. Thank you for joining us tonight in the Midnight Library. If you've enjoyed this story, we'd love to hear where you're listening from and what book you'd like to hear next. Your feedback helps guide the stories we share. But for now, breathe in, breathe out. Let your heart guide you gently into sleep. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. This is the place where we transform the world's best books into soothing bedtime stories designed to help you sleep, while your subconscious mind absorbs timeless insights. We take classic and contemporary works from the worlds of psychology, business, personal development, spirituality, and history, and turn them into calming journeys that inform, inspire, and relax. Before we begin, take a moment to settle in. Lower your volume to a soft, gentle level. Let your eyes grow heavy, and allow the comfort of this moment to hold you. And if you enjoy these stories, please take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know where in the world you're listening from. We love hearing how the Midnight Library brings so many dreamers together from all across the globe. And of course, if you have book suggestions for future episodes, we're always listening. Tonight's story is based on Shift, Managing Your Emotions So They Don't Manage You by Ethan Kross. About the author. Ethan Kross is a professor at the University of Michigan's Department of Psychology and the Ross School of Business. He directs the Emotion and Self-Control Laboratory, where his research focuses on how people can manage their internal experiences to live more fulfilling lives. Kross is the author of the national bestseller Chatter, and has consulted for top companies, government institutions, and spoken at venues like SXSW and TED. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. Learning to Steer the Emotional Roller Coaster. Have you ever felt like your emotions took the wheel, sending you on a ride you didn't sign up for? One moment you're soaring on a high, and the next, you're spiraling into a low you didn't see coming. Emotions can feel like a storm, powerful and unpredictable. But what if you could learn to steer through that storm, maybe not with perfect control, but with grace, clarity, and confidence? That's what Shift is all about. This is not about suppressing your emotions, or pretending to feel fine when you don't. Instead, it's about learning to work with your emotions, understanding what they're trying to tell you, and guiding them so they don't end up guiding you. Emotions are not the enemy of reason. In fact, they're intricately linked. Emotions help you make decisions, build relationships, and interpret the world around you. And when understood correctly, they can become your most powerful internal compass. In Shift, Kross introduces 6 powerful principles for managing emotions, so they help you, not hinder you, on the journey to a well-lived life. Let's explore them together. Chapter 2. Internal Shifter 1. The Power of Your Senses. The first principle starts with your body. More specifically, your senses. From the scent of lavender that instantly relaxes you, to the sound of waves that soothe your busy mind, your senses are always influencing how you feel. You can think of them as emotional switches. They require very little effort, yet can deliver immediate calm, energy, or focus when you need it most. Kross encourages something called sensory bundling, which means using multiple senses together to shape how you feel. For example, as part of your bedtime routine, you might dim the lights, play soft music, and use a calming scent, like chamomile or sandalwood. These inputs create emotional associations in your brain. Over time, they build into powerful rituals that help shift your state, often without you even realizing it. So tonight, ask yourself, how can you curate your sensory inputs, not just react to them? How can you use your body to help shape your emotional world? Chapter 3, Internal Shifter 2, Attention. Now, let's turn inward. Your attention, your focus, is like a spotlight. And wherever it lands, that becomes your emotional reality. Sometimes, it's helpful to focus on what's bothering you. To face the discomfort and learn from it. Other times, stepping back is the wiser move. Not everything needs to be analyzed or fixed in the moment. Cross teaches us that toggling between zooming in and zooming out is a skill. Just like a camera lens, you can choose your level of focus. Ask yourself, is this a moment for deep reflection? Or is it a moment to shift your gaze, to give yourself space and perspective? Learning when to approach and when to step back helps us avoid emotional spirals and gives us room to reset. Chapter 4, External Shifter 1, Spaces Matter. Let's look outward now, to your environment. Your physical spaces hold emotional power. A cluttered room can create tension. A cozy cafe might bring a sense of nostalgia and warmth. A walk through the woods can open up creativity. Changing your space, even slightly, can shift your mindset. You don't need to move mountains. Sometimes, a tidy desk, a favorite chair, or a photo that makes you smile can do the trick. And when you need a bigger reset, try switching locations altogether. Go outside. Visit a calming space. Let your environment support the emotions you wish to feel. The spaces you inhabit are not neutral. They shape your experience of the world. And when you learn to shape them back, you become the designer of your emotional reality. Chapter 5, External Shifter 2, People and Emotional Contagion. Now, let's talk about people. Moods are contagious. One person's tension can ripple through a room. But so can joy, compassion, calm. The people you surround yourself with influence your emotional life more than you might realize. Social comparison also plays a role. Sometimes it can inspire you, other times, it can leave you feeling less than. Cross encourages awareness. Notice how others affect your emotions. Protect your peace when needed. Seek out those who lift you up, not just those who look good on paper. We can't always control who's around us, but we can control how we respond. And we can choose to invest in relationships that nourish, not drain, our emotional energy. Chapter 6, WOP, Your Emotional Action Plan. So how do we put all of this into action? Cross introduces a powerful framework called WOP. Wish, outcome, obstacle, plan. First, identify a heartfelt goal, like becoming more patient, or showing up fully for your loved ones. Then, imagine the outcome. What would life feel like if this became true? Next, identify the obstacle that usually gets in the way, maybe stress, time, or habit. And finally, make a plan. If I feel stressed and tempted to snap, I'll take a breath and remind myself of what matters. That's WOP. It's a way of translating emotions into decisions, and decisions into actions. It's simple, practical, and deeply effective. Conclusion. Here's what we've learned tonight. You have far more influence over your emotions than you think. By using tools like sensory awareness, mindful attention, curated environments, supportive people, and structured planning, you can learn to navigate even the toughest emotional terrain. This isn't about pretending everything is perfect. It's about gaining the ability to shift, to meet your emotions with understanding, not fear. Your emotional life is not a storm to be survived, but a landscape to be explored. And with the right tools, you can become not just a passenger, but a wise and steady guide. So now, as you drift into rest, let that truth settle deep within. You are not at the mercy of your emotions. You are learning to shift, gently, wisely, and with grace. Breathe deeply. Let go of the day. And remember, you are safe. You are capable. And you are enough. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. The place where we gently transform the world's most important business, spiritual, political, and self-development books into calm, soothing sleep stories. Designed to help you drift off peacefully, while allowing your subconscious mind to absorb timeless wisdom. Before we begin, take a deep breath in and out. Let your eyes grow heavy. Loosen your jaw, soften your shoulders, and settle in. Tonight's story invites you to explore the hidden workings of our moral minds. A quiet journey into the psychology of why we believe what we believe, and how understanding others, especially those we disagree with, can lead to empathy, unity, and peace. This sleep story is based on The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion, written by Jonathan Haidt, a renowned social psychologist. Haidt has spent decades studying the intersection of emotion, morality, and culture. He's also the author of The Happiness Hypothesis and teaches ethical leadership at NYU's Stern School of Business. His research has shaped how we understand group behavior, politics, and the power of intuition. As always, we'd love to hear where in the world you're listening from. Your comments help bring our Midnight Library community together. And if you have any books you'd like us to turn into gentle sleep stories, let us know in the comments below. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1: The Emotional Roots of Morality. Western thinkers have long taught us that morality is rooted in logic and reason. From the ancient philosophers to the modern courtroom, we're taught that clear thinking leads to wise decisions. But what if our feelings come first? Psychologist Antonio DiMaggio studied patients who had lost their emotional capacity due to brain injuries. He found something strange. Without emotions, his patients couldn't make simple decisions. To them, choosing between coffee or tea, or picking a restaurant for lunch, felt like choosing a new car. Every decision was equally neutral. Emotionless. Meaningless. His conclusion: our emotions don't just color our thoughts, they guide them. They are essential to decision-making, including our sense of right and wrong. Social psychologist Robert Zajonc also demonstrated that even random shapes or symbols cause instant emotional reactions. Before thought, before words, there is feeling. So, when it comes to questions of morality, our reasoning doesn't lead us to our emotions. Our emotions lead us to reasoning. Chapter 2: Morality is intuitive, not logical. Imagine being asked whether it's wrong to eat human flesh, or to have an intimate moment with a dead chicken. You might feel instant disgust, and you wouldn't be alone. In fact, Haidt conducted experiments where people were presented with unusual moral dilemmas. When asked whether consensual acts between adult siblings were wrong, many said yes, immediately. But when given logical reasons why no one was harmed, most stuck to their original answer. Even without logic, the gut feeling remained. This is the power of intuition. It leads. Logic follows. and our brains become more like clever lawyers than neutral judges, defending our feelings with carefully chosen facts. Chapter 3: Morality, Reputation, and Self-Interest. You may think you're moral for the sake of morality. But moral choices are deeply shaped by your need to feel good about yourself and to look good to others. Studies show that when people know they'll need to explain their choices, they think more carefully. But when left unchecked, they often tweak the truth, just enough to maintain their self-image. For example, in one study, participants were overpaid by mistake. Only 20% returned the extra money when left alone. But when asked directly by the cashier, 60% did the right thing. We cheat, just a little, if we can still feel like good people. Chapter 4: Universal Moral Foundations. If you've ever felt rage at unfairness or pride in loyalty, you're experiencing one of the 6 universal moral foundations. According to Haidt's moral foundations theory, humans evolved deep instincts for things like care, fairness, loyalty, authority, sanctity, liberty. These foundations exist across cultures. But each culture, and each person, values them differently. In some societies, loyalty to family or tribe may outweigh individual freedom. In others, justice and independence are paramount. Our moral values are shaped not only by instinct, but by the culture around us. Chapter 5: Weird Morality versus the Rest of the World. Much of psychology is based on weird societies: Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. These cultures prize individual rights and personal freedom. But they're not the global norm. In more traditional cultures, morality includes loyalty, hierarchy, and sacred values. For example, in a controversial moral test, weird participants said that intimate acts with a chicken, done in private, were morally permissible. But in India and many working-class communities, the same act was seen as deeply immoral, not because it harmed others, but because it violated sacredness and community norms. This shows that different people are guided by different moral triggers, and that understanding those differences is key to empathy. Chapter 6: The Hive Switch. Have you ever lost yourself in a crowd? Cheered at a concert? Cried with a stadium full of fans? This feeling of being part of something larger is what Haidt calls the hive switch. It's a primal instinct that bonds us to the group. Religion, patriotism, group rituals, and even awe-inspiring moments in nature can flip the hive switch, dissolving the self into the whole. This sense of unity helps humans cooperate. From early tribes to modern armies, successful groups were the ones who could synchronize, trust, and act as one. Chapter 7: The Power and Danger of Religion. Some scientists view religion as a dangerous illusion. But Haidt argues that religion, like the hive switch, evolved to bind groups together. Sacred texts teach shared values. Congregations create networks of mutual aid and community. In fact, religious communes in 19th century America lasted longer than secular ones. Why? Because they had rituals, structure, and moral glue. While religion can divide us, it can also create profound generosity. Studies show that religious people give more to both religious and secular charities. It's a double-edged sword, but one worth understanding. Chapter 8: Politics and Moral Triggers. Why do working-class voters often support conservative policies that don't benefit them economically? The answer lies in moral taste buds. Liberals emphasize care, fairness, and liberty. But conservatives appeal to all six foundations, adding loyalty, authority, and sanctity. That broader appeal resonates deeply with many voters. For example, a liberal might argue for individual rights. But a conservative might defend family values, tradition, and spiritual purity. Both are valid perspectives. But they speak different moral languages. Chapter 9: Finding Common Ground. Political polarization is growing. And with it, our ability to truly understand one another is shrinking. But what if we stopped trying to win arguments and started trying to understand? Each side of the political spectrum has strengths. Liberals are skilled at identifying suffering and fighting injustice. Conservatives protect institutions, preserve order, and honor tradition. Together, they form a complete moral system. Alone, each is incomplete. We need both. Not as enemies, but as partners in the shared project of democracy. Final thoughts: intuition, empathy, and connection. The main message of the righteous mind is simple, yet profound. Moral judgments arise from intuition, not logic. And to change minds, or understand others, we must begin with empathy. Speak not just to ideas, but to hearts. Be kind. Be curious. And remember that happiness comes not from endless self-reflection, but from connection, joining something larger than yourself. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, take comfort in the idea that understanding others begins not with arguments, but with a gentle smile, an open heart, and a willingness to listen. Breathe deeply. Let go of your thoughts. And rest in the knowledge that your mind, your values, and your kindness are part of something far greater than yourself. Thank you for spending this evening at the Midnight Library. We hope tonight's story brought you peace and insight. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from. We love hearing from our global community. And if you have a book you'd like to hear next, tell us in the comments. We'll be here again tomorrow with another calming story from the shelves of the Midnight Library. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library, a sanctuary of calm where history, business, self-development, and spiritual wisdom are gently transformed into soothing bedtime stories. Each evening, we open a new book and a new door into a story designed not just to inform, but to relax your mind, calm your body, and speak quietly to your subconscious. Tonight's book is a powerful and urgent one, Uncontrolled Spread by Scott Gottlieb, a former commissioner of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, a physician, policymaker, and a leading voice in American healthcare. A respected contributor to CNBC and a board member at Pfizer, Gottlieb has spent decades at the intersection of medicine, science, and public health strategy. In 2021, he was recognized by Time magazine as one of the 50 people transforming healthcare. In Uncontrolled Spread, Gottlieb unpacks the full story of why COVID-19 overwhelmed the United States, and how we can be better prepared next time. Before we begin, take a deep breath. Settle in. Adjust your volume low, and allow the Midnight Library to guide you gently into rest, learning, and reflection. We publish new stories each week, and if you enjoy tonight's journey, please like, subscribe, and comment below. Let us know where in the world you're listening from. It's always wonderful to see how far the Midnight Library travels. And if you have a request for a book you'd like to hear, we'd love to know. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, A Warning Unheard. It began with whispers. Not of alarm, but of uncertainty. In January 2020, Scott Gottlieb exchanged quiet, concerned messages with a colleague in the White House. They were worried. A strange new virus had emerged in China, mysterious, swift, and silent. It wasn't the first time the world had seen such warnings. SARS, MERS, Ebola. But this time felt different. The virus, SARS-CoV-2, moved quickly. And early information was scarce, vague, and often misleading. China's official narrative was calm, no need for panic. No clear evidence of human-to-human transmission. Just a local food market incident. But behind the scenes, hospitals in Wuhan were filling. Genetic samples showed something new. And doctors were sounding quiet alarms until their voices were silenced. It was the beginning of something vast. And no one was prepared. Chapter 2, Time Lost, Trust Broken. As the virus spread, the truth lagged behind. It wasn't until March 11, 2020, months after the virus had landed in the US, that the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. By then, it was everywhere. In Seattle. In Chicago. In homes, hospitals, airports, moving faster than information could catch it. The US had no coordinated testing system. Only the CDC could process tests. And its capacity was quickly overwhelmed. Doctors had to wait days for results. Contact tracing was almost impossible. Testing kits were slow to arrive, and when they did, many were flawed. The virus wasn't just spreading through bodies. It was spreading through the cracks in a system that wasn't ready. Chapter 3: Prepared for the wrong crisis. America wasn't unprepared for everything. It had plans, but for the wrong kind of threat. The playbook had been built around influenza. And around bioterrorism. It focused on surface cleaning and hand hygiene, not airborne contagion. It anticipated symptoms, not silent carriers. COVID-19 wasn't like the flu. And the tools designed to stop it didn't. There was no national database. No rapid contact tracing. No early distribution of masks or protective equipment. It wasn't a lack of resources. It was a lack of vision. Chapter 4: The CDC, stretched too thin. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is a respected agency. But it wasn't built for speed. It's designed to study the past, not to act in the moment. The CDC was asked to do something it had never done: develop, produce, and distribute rapid tests for an unknown virus. It wasn't ready. The first test kits were faulty. The supply chain was fragile. And weeks turned into months. Meanwhile, the virus kept moving. Faster than guidelines. Faster than decisions. America was responding to a crisis in real time, with tools designed for another era. Chapter 5: A Leadership Void. The failures weren't only scientific. Mixed messages from political leaders created confusion. Mask wearing became a debate. Lockdowns varied from state to state. Public trust began to erode. Even inside the White House, safety measures were ignored. And critical tools like antigen tests were delayed and misused. It was a leadership vacuum. At the very moment leadership mattered most. Chapter 6: A Study in Contrast, South Korea. Across the ocean, a different story was unfolding. South Korea had learned from a past crisis, the MERS outbreak of 2015. It had built testing centers, stockpiled supplies, and created a system to approve tests within days. When COVID-19 appeared, they acted. Within weeks, South Korea was testing 20,000 people a day. America took 4 months to reach the same scale. They shared data. They traced contacts. They contained outbreaks. The US had time. But time, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Chapter 7: What the Future Demands. There was a bright spot. Vaccines, especially the mRNA platforms, worked. Science met the moment. Moderna and Pfizer developed solutions at record speed. But science alone can't save us next time. Public health must be treated as a national security priority. America needs a permanent agency, one with the authority, funding, and agility to act. Not after the crisis starts, but before it begins. It must be able to test, trace, and communicate transparently. It must learn from the past and plan for what's next. Because there will be a next. Final summary. Uncontrolled spread is not just a post-mortem. It is a warning. And a blueprint. America was caught unprepared. Not because the danger was invisible, but because we didn't look closely enough. Didn't act quickly enough. Didn't lead with clarity. The next threat may be different. But the lesson remains the same. Preparation is power. Coordination is survival. And trust, in institutions, in science, in one another, is everything. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from. It's always beautiful to see how the Midnight Library connects people from around the world. And if there's a book you'd love to hear adapted, we'd love to hear your request. We upload new stories regularly, transforming history, business, and wisdom into gentle journeys for the soul. Until next time, rest well. And may your dreams carry you forward in peace and clarity. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Before we begin tonight's story, take a moment to get comfortable. Turn your volume down low, just a whisper of sound. Just enough to guide you gently into rest, and maybe a little learning too. Because the Midnight Library is not like any ordinary library. This is a special place, a quiet, dreamlike corner of the world, where we take some of the most powerful books ever written, from the worlds of business, spirituality, self-development, and even politics, and transform them into calming, soothing sleep stories. Stories that not only help you relax, but speak softly to your subconscious, planting seeds of insight, confidence, and clarity while you drift away. So whether you're here to rest, to recharge, or to grow, you're in the right place. And we'd love to know where you're listening from. It's always so inspiring to hear how this quiet little library brings people together. From London to Lagos, New York to New Delhi. So feel free to drop a comment or message with your location. And if there's a book you'd love to hear featured in a future sleep story, don't be shy, let us know. Your requests help shape this journey. Now, with that said, let's gently open the pages of tonight's book. This story is inspired by the book The Power of Self-Confidence by Brian Tracy, a man who has dedicated his life to understanding what makes people successful and will explore one of the most quietly powerful forces you possess: self-confidence. Tracy wasn't born into wealth or confidence. In fact, he started with very little, a high school dropout working manual jobs. But through study, discipline, and relentless action, he transformed his life. He became a respected speaker, best-selling author, an advisor to leaders across the world. His books, like Eat That Frog and No Excuses, have helped millions focus, believe in themselves, and succeed. And the power of self-confidence is a quiet reminder that everything starts inside. It's about learning to believe in your ability to grow, to handle what comes, and to become the person you've always known you could be. So now, let's begin. Chapter 1: The Seed of Confidence. Confidence doesn't begin with success. It begins with belief. According to Brian Tracy, your thoughts are the blueprint of your life. What you think about most, especially what you believe about yourself, becomes the foundation of your reality. This is the law of concentration. What you focus on grows. Imagine your thoughts like tiny seeds. Each time you tell yourself, "I can do this," that seed takes root. And every time you repeat it, the roots grow deeper. You may not feel confident yet. That's okay. But you can act with confidence, speak a little clearer, stand a little taller, and the feeling often follows. This is called the law of reversibility. Action creates emotion. And then, there's integrity, living by your own values, even when it's hard. The more your actions match who you want to be, the stronger your self-belief becomes. So tonight, as you rest, plant those seeds. I am worthy. I am strong. I am capable. Let them settle into the quiet soil of your mind. Chapter 2: Goals create direction. Think of happiness, Tracy says, not as a destination, but as a side effect, a byproduct of meaningful progress. That's the law of indirect effort. Confidence doesn't come from chasing it directly. It grows as you do hard things, as you reach toward meaningful goals. One small goal, written clearly, spoken daily, can change your life. And the more specific your goals, the more your mind focuses on helping you achieve them. Vague dreams bring vague results. Clear goals create clear momentum. So write them down. I am healthy and full of energy. I earn a living doing what I love. I am becoming more confident every day. Speak them in the present tense. Your subconscious mind will begin to believe them. And when you believe, you act. What's one goal that, if achieved, would transform everything? Hold it gently now in your thoughts as you drift off, and know you're already on the path. Chapter 3: Mastery builds confidence. You don't need to be perfect. But if you aim to improve just 1% every day, the results over time will be extraordinary. Confidence grows from competence. The more you master a skill, the more confident you feel in using it. And this applies to everything: speaking, parenting, selling, writing, leading. Find your strengths. What do you enjoy? What comes naturally? Lean into that, and then stretch. Practice. Study. Fail. Learn. Improve. Grandma Moses began painting at 78. She became world famous. Not because she had decades of training, but because she believed it wasn't too late to try. What if your next chapter is just beginning? Chapter 4: Belief is a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's a story of a man saved not by money, but by belief. A stranger gave him a signed check for $500,000, but the man never cashed it. Just knowing he had a safety net gave him the courage to take risks, negotiate better, and rebuild his business. A year later, he learned the check was fake, but it didn't matter. The belief had already changed his reality. This is the law of belief. What you believe becomes your truth. So surround yourself with uplifting people. Speak to yourself with kindness. Replace every "I can't" with "I'm learning." Use affirmations and visualization to see yourself succeeding, growing, thriving. Tonight, imagine a scene, one where you speak clearly in front of a group, or finish a project, or walk into a room knowing you belong. See it, feel it, and believe it. Your subconscious is always listening. Chapter 5: Focus on your strengths. The path to confidence isn't paved with fixing flaws, but by building on what's already strong. What do you love doing? Where do you feel most alive? According to Brian Tracy, lasting success comes when you lean into your natural talents and let them grow. Focus there. Build there. Let your weaknesses fall away like old leaves. Take inventory. Write down what you're good at. Think of times when you felt in flow. Look at patterns. That's where your power lies. Confidence doesn't mean doing everything. It means knowing what you do best and doing it well. Chapter 6: Adversity is your teacher. Every successful person has a secret: they've failed. A lot. Confidence isn't about avoiding mistakes. It's about growing stronger because of them. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before inventing the light bulb. But each attempt taught him something. Failure wasn't the opposite of success, it was the path. So plan for setbacks. See them as part of the journey. Each time you fall and get up, your confidence grows. Adversity is a forge. It shapes you. It strengthens you. It teaches resilience. Tonight, let go of the fear of failure. Trust that every stumble leads forward. You're not behind. You're in progress. Chapter 7: Action Creates Certainty. Here is the heart of Trace's message. Confidence is not something you wait for. It's something you do. Action is the answer. Action dissolves fear. Action builds momentum. Start where you are. Identify the one thing holding you back, then face it. One step. One call. One message. One decision. Then another. And another. This is the difference between positive thinking and positive knowing. Knowing that, no matter what happens, you can handle it. Because you've done it before. And you'll do it again. Repeat the rhythm daily: desire, decision, determination, and discipline. For quiet forces that, together, build an unstoppable you. And remember, no one else will do it for you. But you are more than ready. Closing reflections from the Midnight Library. And now, as you rest here, in this quiet space, know this. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to have it all figured out. But you do need to begin. Begin by believing. Begin by deciding. Begin by acting. Because every time you choose courage over fear, every time you choose progress over perfection, you strengthen your confidence. Bit by bit, breath by breath, you are becoming the person you were meant to be. So rest now, with that quiet knowing that inner power is rising. And your next chapter will be written with strength, grace, and belief. Good night, and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Before we begin tonight's story, take a moment to lower your volume until it's just a soft whisper, gentle enough to carry you peacefully into sleep, but clear enough that your mind can drift alongside us. Tonight, we explore Be the Love by Sarah Prout, an inspiring author, speaker, and host of the popular Manifest podcast. Sarah's journey is truly remarkable. Once a single mother surviving on welfare, struggling through an abusive relationship, she dared to believe there was more waiting for her, and through heart-based healing, emotional empowerment, and the art of manifestation, she transformed her life. Today, she teaches people all around the world how to tap into their own inner magic and manifest the happiness and love they deserve. In Be the Love, she shares 7 powerful ways to unlock your heart and create the life you dream of. And so, as you get comfortable, as your body settles, allow your mind to gently open as we drift into her beautiful wisdom. Tonight, we remind ourselves, you are love. You are worthy. You are whole. Chapter 1, You Are Worthy. It all begins with this simple, yet profound truth. You are worthy. Worthy of love. Of happiness. Of everything you desire. Sarah shares her own journey, from being stuck in a painful marriage to becoming a single mother, struggling to feed her children. There were days when dinner was nothing more than pasta and ketchup. And yet, something deep within her, a whisper of her soul, kept repeating, I am worthy. Affirmations became her anchor. Simple, repeated words. I am worthy. I am enough. I am deserving of love, joy, and abundance. As you lie here tonight, whisper this to yourself. I am worthy. Say it as if you believe it. Because it's true. Not because of what you've done, but because of who you are. Sarah reminds us that so many of us carry silent wounds, shame, self-doubt, feelings of being undeserving. But every time you choose to repeat an affirmation, every time you choose compassion over judgment, you are rewriting those stories. It's not easy. It takes practice. But it's worth it. Because you are worthy of love. Chapter 2, You Are Intuitive. The second truth Sarah shares is this. You are intuitive. That inner voice, your gut feeling, it's there. Always whispering, guiding you toward what is meant for you. In our busy, noisy world, we often forget how to hear it. Social media, endless scrolling, comparison, it clouds our connection. Sarah invites us to turn down the noise, to walk outside, to breathe the air, and reconnect with the natural world. The trees don't ask if they're enough. The stars don't compare themselves. And you don't need to either. Sit with your journal. Write down the little nudges, the hunches. Over time, you'll see, your intuition knows the way. Trust it. Trust yourself. Chapter 3, You Are Ready. You are ready. Ready for love. Ready for joy. Ready for change. It's human nature to fear the unknown, to cling to the familiar, even when it hurts. We tell ourselves stories. I'm not ready. It's not the right time. What if I fail? Sarah knows this feeling well. She remembers trembling before stepping onto a stage for the first time. Her voice shaking. Her hands cold. She failed. And then she tried again. Because courage isn't the absence of fear, it's taking the step anyway. So tonight, ask yourself, what is waiting for you on the other side of your fear? What joy, what dream, what love? And remind yourself, I am ready.
Chapter 4. You are whole. You are whole. We live in a world that profits from making us feel broken. Magazines, media, even the stories we tell ourselves. But you are not broken. You are whole. Life has its seasons, the joyful summers, the quiet winters, the sunny days and the storms. But none of it means you are less than whole. Sarah reminds us that it's okay to feel everything: grief, anger, joy, love. It's all part of the human experience. Don't run from the hard feelings. Sit with them. Breathe through them. They will pass. And as they pass, you'll see you were never broken. Only growing. Chapter 5. You have surrendered. There is a quiet power in surrender. We carry so much: regrets, fears, expectations, control. But what if, just for tonight, you set it all down? Sarah tells a story of the moment her body told her it was time to let go. A tightness in her chest, a weight of worry, all from trying to control what was never hers to hold. The doctor said simply, "Cry. Let it go." And so she did. And she healed. What are you carrying tonight that is too heavy? Breathe it out. Release it to the universe. Surrender isn't weakness, it is trust. Trust that the universe, life, love, they are all guiding you. Chapter 6. You are intentional. Your words are magic. Sarah reminds us that the ancient word abracadabra means I create as I speak. Every word you say, to yourself, to others, is a spell you cast into the universe. So choose carefully. Speak love. Speak abundance. Speak joy. Instead of saying, I don't want to be broke, say, I welcome abundance. Instead of, I'm tired of being alone, say, I am open to love. Feel the difference? Tonight, whisper your dreams into the air. Let the universe hear what you truly desire. Chapter 7. You are love. And finally, the most beautiful truth. You are love. Not something you have to chase, not something you have to earn, but something you already are. Sarah reminds us that love is the energy of the universe, flowing through us, connecting us, waiting for us to remember. And when you remember, when you feel that love within you, everything changes. Meditation, breath, even something as simple as placing your hand over your heart, these are ways to return to love. Sarah once visualized her dreams, seeing her art in stores, her name on bookshelves. And one by one, those dreams came true. Because when you be the love, When you live as though what you desire is already yours, magic happens. Final summary. And so, my friend, as you drift into sleep, remember these truths. You are worthy. You are intuitive. You are ready. You are whole. You can surrender. You are intentional. And above all, you are love. The universe is listening. Everything you desire is already making its way toward you. Rest now. Trust. And dream sweetly. Good night, and sweet dreams.
Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Before we begin tonight's story, I invite you to turn the volume down low, just soft enough that my voice is a gentle companion, fading into the background, guiding you toward a restful sleep. Tonight, we drift into the calming world of simple rules, inspired by the insightful book Simple Rules: How to Thrive in a Complex World, written by Sull and Kathleen Eisenhardt. A little about the authors. To begin our journey, Sull is a professor, management thinker, and expert on strategy and execution in turbulent markets. He once taught at Harvard Business School and later at the London Business School, helping business leaders navigate complexity with clarity. His research has focused on how simplicity, when done right, leads to agility and success, even in fast-changing worlds. His co-author, Kathleen Eisenhardt, is a professor at Stanford School of Engineering, where she blends strategy, innovation, and simplicity, helping entrepreneurs and leaders thrive in chaos. She's an award-winning researcher, celebrated for turning complicated ideas into practical tools anyone can use. Together, they wrote Simple Rules to remind us that life, work, and even love don't have to be so hard. Beneath the noise, the endless choices, and the heavy instruction manuals, there's a simpler way. Tonight, we'll explore their ideas, weaving them gently into stories, reflections, and examples, designed to relax your mind and invite sleep. Our world is undeniably complex. Each day, we face choices, distractions, and tasks far beyond what our ancestors could have imagined. The internet offers unlimited information, but also endless confusion. Our calendars fill with meetings, reminders, and goals, until we forget why we set them in the first place. Even something as simple as choosing what to eat becomes a maze of nutrition labels, diet plans, and expert opinions. In times like these, we crave simplicity, and that's where Simple Rules come in, like quiet signposts guiding us through the fog. Not hundreds of rules, but just a handful. Easy to remember, easy to live by, freeing us to focus on what matters most. Imagine for a moment, you're a doctor in a military field hospital. A wave of injured soldiers arrives, all needing help, some urgently. There's no time for deep analysis, no space for consulting thick medical manuals. Instead, you turn to a simple rule, a triage principle known the world over. Check the vital signs, prioritize the patients whose lives you can still save, and move quickly. Simple, focused, life-saving. It's in moments like these that complexity fades and clarity shines. Simple rules are everywhere in nature. Take the Japanese honeybee, faced with a deadly hornet. One bee alone is no match, but together they follow a simple rule: swarm the hornet, vibrate their wings, and generate heat. Slowly, the hornet overheats, and the hive is saved. No meetings, no plans, just one rule, known by all. Humans have their own simple rules, sometimes unspoken, sometimes passed down through generations. Consider the French, with their rich, butter-laden cuisine. Yet, they have far lower rates of obesity than many other nations. Why? It turns out, they follow a quiet, powerful rule. Stop eating when you feel full. Not when the plate is empty or the dessert arrives, but when the body says, enough. Simple, natural, and so effective. The authors share how companies thrive, not by adding rules, but by stripping them away. Look at Zipcar, a car-sharing company built on trust, and just 6 rules. Refill the gas. Clean up after yourself. Return the car on time. Nothing more. And because it's simple, people follow, and the system works. Complexity melts away. Artists, too, flourish with simple rules. Claude Monet, the master of light and color, set quiet boundaries for himself. Paint what you love. Haystacks, lilies, light on water. Return again and again, not chasing novelty, but exploring depth. And in that repetition came genius. His simple rule made room for beauty. The comedian Tina Fey, known for her quick wit and brilliant writing, created her own rules, learned from years at Saturday Night Live. Mix the Harvard nerds with Chicago improvisers and stir. Never tell a crazy person they're crazy. Simple, clear, and surprisingly profound. These little rules helped her create shows, manage teams, and build a legendary career. Simple rules don't just guide art or comedy, they shape financial wisdom too. For centuries, investors have followed a timeless rule. Divide your wealth, 1/3 in land, 1/3 in business, and 1/3 in cash. No fancy formulas, no complex predictions, just balance, simplicity, and a long view. Even in love, simple rules guide us. One couple shared their 2 golden rules for a long, happy marriage. Always kiss goodnight. Never argue when tired. They followed these rules for 50 years, finding peace even through life storms. Simple rules work because they free our minds. They reduce decision fatigue, the hidden drain we all feel when overwhelmed by choices. Think of a favorite outfit you wear often, a go-to breakfast, a daily walk. These are your simple rules, creating space for bigger dreams and deeper rest. But like all good things, simple rules must evolve. What worked once may not work forever. The founders of Airbnb learned this early. They thought their users would be young backpackers chasing festivals. But as time passed, they discovered their guests were older, wealthier, craving comfort. So, they changed their simple rules. Always provide fresh soap. Make it feel like home. And with that, the company flourished. And so, tonight, as you rest, perhaps, you'll dream of your own simple rules. What gentle guidelines might ease your days and lighten your heart? Maybe it's no phones after dinner. Walk every morning. Speak kindly, always. They don't have to be perfect or rigid, just enough to guide you through this beautiful, complex world. And remember, simple rules are not a cage. They are wings, giving you just enough structure to soar, to explore, to create, to rest. So now, as you drift further into sleep, know that you don't need to remember everything. You only need a few simple rules. The rest will wait for morning. From all of us here at the Midnight Library, good night and sweet dreams.
Welcome back to the Midnight Library, a place where the world slows down, where stories carry you gently toward rest, and where each tale is carefully chosen to calm your mind and soothe your soul. Tonight, we explore a story about discipline, purpose, and the magic that awaits when we greet the world before dawn. It's based on the powerful teachings of Robin Sharma, one of the world's leading thinkers in personal mastery and leadership. Robin is known for guiding millions toward better lives through books like The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari and, of course, the 5 a.m. Club. His philosophy is simple yet profound. Own your morning, and you will own your life. And so, in tonight's story, we follow the journey of two seekers, a tired entrepreneur and a frustrated artist, as they stumble upon a mysterious billionaire with a secret worth far more than gold. Now, close your eyes, take a slow breath, and let me guide you into their world. Once upon a time, a restless entrepreneur found herself burned out, lost in the endless chase of deadlines and expectations. Meanwhile, an artist struggled, yearning to create something meaningful, but drowning in the noise of everyday life. Both of them, desperate for change, attended a conference led by a legendary speaker known only as the Spellbinder. He spoke of greatness, of untapped potential, of the life that waits just beyond our excuses. But it was after the speech when the real magic began. A stranger approached them, dressed plainly, his only hint of wealth a gleaming, rare watch. He was the billionaire, though you'd never know it, and he shared his secret softly, almost like a whisper. I didn't stumble into success. I built it each morning starting at 5 a.m. If you're ready to change your life, meet me tomorrow before the world wakes. And so, with hesitation and curiosity, the entrepreneur and the artist awoke the next morning long before the sun. To their surprise, a luxury car awaited, carrying them to a private jet, its sleek frame marked with 3 simple letters, 5AC. The 5 a.m. Club, the pilot explained with a smile, where ordinary people become extraordinary. As the jet soared into the sky, the billionaire began to share his greatest treasure, not his wealth, but his morning ritual. 5 a.m. is not just a time, it's a doorway. A doorway to peace, power, and possibility. He spoke of the greats who came before. Mozart, composing symphonies before the sun rose. Benjamin Franklin, who asked himself each morning, "What good shall I do today?" John Grisham, writing his first novels 1 page at a time before dawn. The world's quietest hours are when your mind is sharpest, your soul is clearest, and your dreams loudest. He explained the science behind the practice. When we rise early, our prefrontal cortex, the part that doubts and worries, goes quiet. What's left is pure creativity, clarity, and flow. It is a gift so few accept. The billionaire called it the victory hour, and within it lay the powerful 20/20/20 formula. The first 20 minutes, move. He urged them sweat, stretch, breathe. Sweat is the prayer of the strong, he smiled. With movement comes the release of stress, the birth of energy, and the awakening of the mind. He told them of his own ritual, running along empty beaches, lifting weights as the sky turned from black to gold, listening only to the sound of his breath and the rising sun. Motion creates emotion, he said, and emotion drives greatness. The next 20 minutes, reflect. Sit with yourself before the world gets a chance to pull you away. In this sacred pause, he journaled, wrote his gratitudes, acknowledged his fears. Pour your soul onto paper, and you'll lighten your heart. He spoke of ancient philosophers of Marcus Aurelius, who began each day writing his meditations, thoughts meant only for himself. This is how you lead yourself before you lead others. The final 20 minutes grow. Read, learn, feed your mind, because no empire was ever built on ignorance. He devoured biographies, lessons from leaders, wisdom of saints and scholars. Growth is non-negotiable. Stagnation is death. He told them of his favorite dawn rituals, listening to audiobooks, exploring new ideas, studying breakthroughs in science, psychology, and art. But the billionaire's wisdom didn't stop there. He revealed the 4 interior empires, often forgotten in the rush of modern life: mind set, heart set, health set, and soul set. Most chase mindset alone, but that's only 1/4 of your true power. Mindset, training your mind to see opportunity, not obstacle. Heart set, healing your emotional life, so past pain doesn't poison future potential. He shared how each morning he forgave both himself and others. The heart unburdened is the heart that flies. Health set, caring for the body as the vehicle of your dreams. Because what good is brilliance if you're too tired, too sick to share it? He trained hard, ate clean, and rested deeply, knowing that longevity was the ultimate edge. Soul set, connecting with something greater, the part of us that remembers who we truly are. Each morning, I speak to the sky, reminding myself, I am not my fears, I am my dreams. The artist, wide-eyed, felt a stirring in his chest. The entrepreneur, for the first time in years, felt hope. And just when they thought the lessons were complete, the billionaire shared one final truth. Elite performance, he said, is not just about how you work, but how you rest. He spoke of the twin cycles of performance: intense focus, followed by deep recovery. A farmer does not plant without resting the soil. So too must you rest, replenish, and renew. He shared his evening rituals, turning off screens by 8 p.m., sipping tea, reflecting on his wins, reading poetry, and sleeping like it was his superpower. As their journey came to a close, the sun rose over the ocean, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The billionaire smiled as the first light touched their faces. Remember this: the world belongs to those who rise while others sleep. Own your morning. Own your life. Protect your first hour, and the rest will follow. And so, dear listener, as you lay quietly now, feel the story settle into your heart. Imagine the quiet of a new dawn, the air still, the sky endless. See yourself rising while the world sleeps, moving, breathing, reflecting, growing. Because within those hours lies the power to shape your destiny. And now, as sleep takes you gently, remember the final words whispered from the Midnight Library. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to the Midnight Library. Tonight, we journey through the pages of 12 Rules for Life by Jordan B. Peterson, a timeless exploration of what it means to live meaningfully amidst life's inevitable chaos. As you settle into the softness of your pillow, let your breath slow, each inhale filling you with calm, each exhale releasing the worries of the day. Now, let us drift through the 12 rules, not as strict commands, but as quiet guideposts that invite us to live with intention, courage, and grace. Along the way, we'll explore the myths, stories, and examples that breathe life into these principles. About the author, Jordan Peterson, a clinical psychologist and professor, has spent decades studying what it means to be human, our struggles with suffering, meaning, and responsibility. Drawing from ancient myths, biblical stories, and psychological insights, he offers us these 12 rules as anchors, as lighthouses, to help us chart a steady course through the unpredictable seas of life. And so, our story begins. Rule 1. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. We start with a simple physical act, posture. In the animal kingdom, lobsters fight for dominance. Victors expand, their bodies tall, their movements fluid. Defeated lobsters shrink, chemically altered, curling inward with lowered eyes. Humans, too, react to the world based on how we carry ourselves. Drooping shoulders tell your mind you are small, that you should avoid risk. But a lifted head, a proud chest, this changes everything. In moments of difficulty, a job interview, a tough conversation, a new challenge, imagine yourself upright, grounded, unshaken. Just like the lobsters, your body will tell your mind, I can handle this. Rule 2. Treat yourself like someone you are responsible for helping. If your beloved pet was ill, you'd rush to the vet, fill the prescription, care tenderly for their recovery. Yet how often do we neglect our own well-being, skipping meals, dismissing sleep, ignoring the quiet voice asking for care? This rule is simple, but transformative. See yourself as someone worth caring for. Cook nourishing meals. Rest deeply. Offer yourself patience when you fall short. Remember, you are not less worthy than those you love. You deserve your own kindness. Rule 3. Make friends with people who want the best for you. Friendship shapes our lives. And yet, many drift through relationships with those who diminish rather than elevate. Peterson shares the story of a childhood friend, bright, full of potential, who fell in with the wrong crowd. Years later, bitterness and resentment had replaced his youthful dreams. We've all seen it. The colleague who resents ambition, the friend who scoffs at dreams, pulling us downward. But real friends, the good ones, celebrate your victories, challenge you when you falter, and walk beside you as you grow. Ask yourself tonight, who cheers for your success? And who prefers you small? Seek the former. Gently step away from the latter. Rule 4. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. In this age of endless comparison, where social media shows us the highlight reels of millions, it is easy to feel small. But the true measure of progress is personal. Who were you yesterday? Last year? 5 years ago, maybe you've faced heartbreak but learned resilience. Perhaps you've battled anxiety but showed up anyway. Celebrate these wins. Growth is often invisible, quiet, steady, unfolding slowly like a sunrise. Remember the story of the mountain climber. The summit seems distant, but when they turn around, they see how far they've come. Do the same.
See your own ascent.
Rule 5. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Parenting, the sacred task of guiding a young soul toward adulthood. It's tempting to avoid conflict, to let tantrums pass, to dismiss bad behavior as a phase. But children, wild and wonderful, crave boundaries. Imagine a child left to their own devices. No rules, no limits. They grow feral, lonely, unloved, not because no one cared, but because no one taught them how to live among others. Teach your children, gently, firmly, that kindness matters, that actions have consequences, and that they are capable of goodness. Raise them to be people you are proud of and that the world is grateful to know. Rule 6. Set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. The world is filled with injustice, war, corruption, cruelty. It's easy to blame, to point fingers outward, but Rule 6 turns the gaze inward. Before changing the world, clean your room, pay your debts, heal what is broken close to you. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, imprisoned unjustly in Soviet labor camps, did not curse the world. He reflected, what choices led me here? How can I still do good? His writings exposed the evils of the Gulag system, changing the world not with blame, but with courage. Tonight, think, what small thing can you set right tomorrow? Rule 7. Pursue what is meaningful, not what is expedient. The monkey and the cookie jar, a simple tale of greed. The monkey is caught, not by his captors, but by his own refusal to let go of what feels good now. We are all that monkey sometimes, clinging to comfort, avoiding sacrifice. But meaning, deep, soul-filling meaning, comes from choosing what is hard, from sacrificing what is easy. The parent who wakes at night for their child, the artist who labors over their craft, the student who studies late for a distant goal. Tonight, consider, what are you holding on to that keeps you trapped? What might you release to rise higher? Rule 8. Tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Lies are heavy. They grow until even we cannot tell where the truth ends and the story begins. Perhaps you know the weight of pretending, smiling when you're broken, agreeing when your soul screams no. Truth is lighter, sometimes painful, but freeing. It clarifies. It heals. Tonight, imagine laying down every lie, big or small, like setting down heavy stones. Feel the relief. Breathe easier. Tomorrow speak truth, kindly but surely. Watch how your world shifts. Rule 9. Assume that the person you are listening to might know something you don't. There is wisdom everywhere. In the old man's quiet stories, the child's curious questions, the stranger's tales. But most of us listen only to reply, waiting our turn to speak. Rule 9 invites us to listen, truly listen, to approach each conversation with wonder. What might I learn here? Socrates, the wisest man, knew only this: I know that I know nothing. In that humility lies endless learning. Rule 10. Be precise in your speech. Vague words create vague lives. When we don't name our needs, our fears, our hopes, chaos grows. Consider a couple arguing over chores. One says, "You never help." But what if instead they said, "When you leave the dishes, I feel unseen"? Precision turns confusion into clarity. It builds bridges where walls once stood. Tonight, reflect. Where might you speak more clearly tomorrow? What unnamed truth waits on your tongue? Rule 11. Do not bother children when they are skateboarding. Risk is part of life. Boys and girls learning to skateboard, falling, scraping knees, they are learning courage. Too much safety stifles the soul. Peterson writes, don't bother them. Let them fall. Let them rise. Risk makes us human. Without it, there is no art, no invention, no love. Tonight, remember, protect what matters, but let yourself and those you love taste the wild edges of life. Rule 12. Pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. And finally, the softest rule. Life is hard. Loss waits for us all. But amidst the sorrow, there are moments of sweetness. A cat on the sidewalk. A golden sunset. Laughter shared over coffee. These small joys are what make the struggle bearable. They are proof that beauty survives, always. Tonight, recall the small, good things, a kind word, a gentle breeze, the softness of your bed. Rest in that gratitude. Final reflections, finding meaning in chaos. And so, as you drift toward sleep, remember, life is neither perfect nor fair, but it is full of meaning if we choose to see it. Stand tall. Speak truth.
Care deeply.
Choose meaning. And when the world grows dark, find the nearest small joy and hold it close. The Midnight Library thanks you for joining us tonight. May you sleep peacefully, knowing that in this vast, chaotic world, you have rules to guide you and light enough to find your way. Sleep well and sweet dreams. good evening, and welcome back to the Midnight Library, a place where wisdom meets calm and where powerful stories guide you gently into rest. Tonight, we journey into a story of resilience, personal power, and self-reliance. Inspired by the book, The 7 Rules of Self-Reliance by Maha Bolinian, this is a story not of grand victories or lucky breaks, but of quiet persistence, subtle choices, and the remarkable strength that grows when you learn to rely on no one but yourself. As you settle into bed, feel your body grow heavy and relaxed. Take a slow breath, releasing the day's worries. Tonight, allow this story to carry you, a story about navigating life's challenges, embracing uncertainty, and finding power in places you may not have expected. Let us begin. About the author. Maha Bolinian is a master of building bridges between cultures, between people, and between challenge and opportunity. Born into an Egyptian-American family, she learned early on how to navigate different worlds. Throughout her career, Maha has stood at the intersection of global brands and cultural nuance, helping giants like Google and Netflix understand the Middle East. She has walked into rooms filled with uncertainty and come out with clarity. She's turned what seemed like small moments into powerful turning points. Through her story, Maha shows us that real influence, real power, comes not from waiting for opportunity, but from creating it. And tonight, you will hear how. The 7 Rules, an introduction to self-reliance. What is self-reliance? It is the ability to create value from the world around you, even when the odds seem stacked against you. It is trusting your instincts when others hesitate. It is knowing that the best opportunities don't just arrive, they're made. Maha's 7 rules of self-reliance are not complicated. They are simple but profound. As you hear them tonight, imagine your own life, the moments where these rules may already live, waiting for you to notice. The 7 rules are: 1. Stay low, keep moving. 2. Be a value creator. 3. Don't be a waiter. 4. Unlearn, relearn, and invest in yourself. 5. Protect your reputation. It is your currency. 6. Be a long-term player. 7. Live with no regrets. Now, let's explore what each means slowly, gently, so that with each rule, you drift deeper into reflection and then into rest. Number 1, stay low, keep moving. Imagine young Maha, newly back in Egypt after years of education in America, being offered a small job as an office manager. Overqualified, overeducated. It felt beneath her, but her father gave her a different way to see it. The office was that of a billionaire businessman, a place where information flowed, decisions were made, and relationships were born. And Maha saw the opportunity. She stayed low, but she kept moving. She learned the business. Every hallway conversation became a lesson. Every small task, a way to prove her worth. And in time, she found herself not on the sidelines, but in the center of monumental deals, like a historic telecom acquisition that would reshape Africa. The lesson? Sometimes the grandest journeys begin in the smallest, humblest rooms. True self-reliance means being willing to start anywhere, knowing that forward is forward, no matter how small the step. Number 2, be a value creator. As you breathe deeply, think about this. In every situation, you have 2 choices. You can wait for someone to give you value, or you can create it yourself. Maha learned this working with Gary Vaynerchuk. Without being asked, she studied his business. She learned his needs. She mapped an entire plan for how he could break into the Middle East market. She didn't wait for permission. She created value, unprompted, unseen, and it paid off. Creating value doesn't require grand gestures. It starts with a mindset, waking up each day asking, how can I serve? Not out of desperation, but out of strength. Because those who create value become invaluable. Number 3, don't be a waiter. In life, many sit by, waiting for their turn, waiting for the right moment, the right person, the perfect opportunity. But Maha's rule is simple: don't wait. She proved this at the NFL's Super Bowl radio row. Others stuck to the script, interviewing athletes. Maha saw something more, an opportunity to create viral content, to build stories that would resonate far beyond the stadium. She moved first, acted fast, created magic. The truth is, those who wait often wait forever. But those who move, those who act, are the ones the world remembers. Number 4, unlearn, relearn, and invest in yourself. As the world shifts, so too must you. Maha learned this the hard way, in the heart of the Arab Spring. One of Google's marketing managers helped spark the revolution, unknowingly dragging the global company into chaos. The old rules of public relations of corporate silence no longer applied. Maha and her team had to unlearn what they knew and quickly learn new ways to lead, to connect, and to care. They trained journalists. They launched new products in Arabic. They proved that in the face of change, those who survive are not the strongest, but the most adaptable. Invest in yourself. Learn, unlearn, and learn again, because growth never ends. Number 5, your reputation is your currency. Reputation is quiet. It is built not when people watch, but when no one does. It is your currency, and you carry it everywhere. Maha guarded hers fiercely. She knew that each action, each word, each choice, added to or took from her invisible bank. The people you trust, the promises you keep, the kindness you show, they build something greater than money. They build a name. And in the end, your name will open doors that no resume can. Number 6, be a long-term player. The most powerful players in life are the ones who see beyond the now. They are patient,
Strategic.
willing to plant seeds they may never see bloom. Maha learned this caring for her parents, her father with ALS, her mother with multiple sclerosis. For over a decade, she managed teams of nurses, building a private medical system around them while building her business. She didn't choose between the two. She played the long game, balancing grief and ambition, knowing that what she built in those years would outlast any temporary reward. Long-term players don't chase wins. They build legacies. And finally, the deepest lesson of all. Number 7, live with no regrets. Life will challenge you. It will hurt you. It will test you. But every scar, every story becomes part of your strength. Maha learned to see every moment, even the hardest ones, as a gift, a chance to learn, a chance to grow. She transformed simple acts, like turning apricot juice into ice cubes so her father could taste Ramadan again, into moments of love, memory, and resilience, live with no regrets. Your story is unfolding exactly as it should. Final reflections. What machines cannot do. As you drift further now, there is one more truth to leave you with. We exist in a world of algorithms, of machines that learn, that calculate, that predict. But no machine can feel what you feel. No technology can build the quiet trust, the deep relationships, the human strength that self-reliance creates. The future does not belong to the fastest or the smartest, but to those who know who they are, those who can create value, weather storms, and walk their own path, steady and unshaken. And so, as you sleep, remember this. You are stronger than you know. Your greatest skills are not those you list on a resume, but those that live quietly inside you. Your patience, your kindness, your willingness to begin, again and again, no matter how many times the world changes. That is self-reliance. Good night from the Midnight Library. Thank you for joining us tonight. Wherever you are, in a quiet room, a bustling city, or a distant place, know that you carry within you the tools to shape your future. Rest now, peacefully, and when you wake, carry these lessons with you. We'll see you tomorrow for another journey. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to Sleep Books at the Midnight Library, where we transform insightful nonfiction into calming bedtime stories designed to lull you into restful sleep while expanding your mind. Tonight, we'll explore the art of harnessing your attention with Hyperfocus by Chris Bailey. Imagine discovering a way to cut through distractions and unlock your full potential without burning out. It's a concept that could transform the way you work and think. As we drift into tonight's story, let your thoughts slow down and your mind begin to soften. Feel the weight of the day slip from your shoulders as each breath carries you closer to a state of calm. Settle in, adjust your pillow, and sink into the warmth of your blankets as we journey into the world of focus and creativity. Remember, you can find a full copy of the book through the links in our description. Don't forget to share where you're tuning in from. We love hearing from our global community. And as always, we're open to your suggestions for future stories. Now take a deep breath and relax as we begin. About the author. Our guide through this topic is Chris Bailey, a Canadian productivity expert, writer, and consultant whose work has been featured in publications like the New York Times, Harvard Business Review, and the National Post. Known for his practical insights and relatable approach, Bailey has spent years studying how attention and focus shape productivity. After turning down lucrative job offers to explore productivity full-time, he conducted a year-long experiment, testing different techniques to improve his performance and well-being. His findings culminated in his first book, The Productivity Project, which offered actionable tips for getting more done without burning out. With Hyperfocus, Bailey takes this exploration even further, delving into the science of attention and revealing how mastering your focus can transform both your work and your life. 5 key takeaways. 1. Hyperfocus is the key to productivity. By directing your full attention to one meaningful task, you can accomplish more in less time. 2. Meta-awareness strengthens focus. Becoming aware of where your mind is at any given moment helps you maintain control over your attention. 3. Minimizing distractions is essential. Creating a distraction-free environment allows you to maintain focus and avoid mental clutter. 4. Scatter focus fuels creativity. Allowing your mind to wander can lead to unexpected insights and connections. 5. Nourishing your mind is crucial. The quality of the information you consume directly affects your ability to think clearly and creatively. Now, let's delve deeper into these insights and discover how they can help you unlock your potential. 1. Hyperfocus, the key to productivity. Imagine a day where you're fully immersed in your work. Time seems to fly by as you accomplish task after task. This state is known as hyperfocus, and it's more accessible than you might think. Unlike multitasking, which scatters your attention, hyperfocus involves directing all your mental energy toward a single, meaningful task. Picture yourself at a large wooden desk, bathed in soft, natural light. Outside the window, the gentle hum of distant birdsong blends with the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. A steaming cup of coffee sits beside you, its rich aroma adding a sense of comfort and warmth to the moment. As you sit down to work, your mind becomes calm and clear. Each task feels more manageable, as if a fog has lifted, revealing a clear path forward. To enter this state, Begin by selecting one task that matters most. Remove any distractions from your environment. Silence your phone. Close unnecessary tabs and clear your workspace. As you work, your mind may wander, but gently guide it back to the task at hand. Over time, this practice strengthens your ability to maintain focus, making it easier to slip into hyperfocus whenever you need to be productive. But hyperfocus isn't just about getting more done. It's about doing your best work. When you give your full attention to a task, you bring more creativity, insight, and precision to the process. Whether you're writing an article, designing a project, or solving a complex problem, the clarity that comes with hyperfocus allows you to see connections and solutions that might otherwise remain hidden. 2. Meta-awareness. Strengthening your focus. Picture your mind as a spotlight, illuminating whatever you direct it toward. Meta-awareness is the ability to notice where your spotlight is pointing and adjust it as needed. Often, our thoughts drift without us realizing it. Daydreams, worries, and random memories compete for our attention. By practicing meta-awareness, you become more conscious of these distractions, allowing you to refocus before your mind wanders too far. Imagine sitting by a tranquil lake, its surface smooth and still, reflecting the sky above. Each thought that drifts into your mind is like a pebble dropped into the water, creating ripples that spread outward. Meta-awareness allows you to notice these ripples without becoming lost in them. You simply acknowledge each thought, then gently guide your focus back to the present moment. Try setting a gentle reminder, perhaps a chime every hour, to pause and ask yourself, where is my attention right now? If your thoughts have drifted, simply guide them back to the task at hand. This simple habit strengthens your ability to stay present, enhancing both your productivity and sense of control. Over time, you'll find that your mind becomes more resilient, better able to resist distractions and maintain focus even in challenging situations. 3. Minimizing distractions, creating a focus-friendly environment. Distractions are the enemy of focus. Whether it's the ping of a notification or the lure of social media, even small interruptions can break your concentration. The solution is to proactively eliminate potential distractions before you begin working. Imagine preparing your space as if you're creating a sanctuary for your mind. The air is fresh and clear, free from the noise and clutter that can weigh you down. Your phone is placed out of sight, its silent presence no longer pulling at your attention. The soft glow of a lamp creates a sense of warmth and focus, while the gentle hum of background music, perhaps the soothing notes of classical piano, enhances your concentration without distracting from your work. Start by silencing your phone or placing it in another room. Close any apps or browser tabs that aren't essential to your task. If email is a constant source of interruption, check it only at designated times rather than leaving it open all day. For internal distractions, those stray thoughts that pop up uninvited, try jotting them down in a notebook to clear them from your mind. By creating a distraction-free environment, you make it easier to maintain focus and accomplish more in less time. This practice is especially important in today's digital world, where countless apps and platforms are designed to capture and hold your attention. By reclaiming control over your environment, You create a space where your mind can thrive, free from the constant pull of notifications and endless scrolling. 4. Scatter focus. Unlocking creativity through mind wandering. While hyperfocus is essential for productivity, it's not the only way to use your attention. Scatter focus, a state of relaxed, wandering thought, plays a crucial role in creativity and problem solving. Unlike hyperfocus, which narrows your attention, scatter focus allows your mind to roam freely, making unexpected connections between ideas. Picture yourself strolling through a sun-dappled forest, the soft crunch of leaves beneath your feet and the gentle breeze rustling through the trees. As you walk, your mind drifts from one thought to another. Memories, ideas, and fragments of conversation blending together in a way that feels both effortless and natural. This is scatter focus at work, allowing your brain to explore new connections and possibilities. There are 3 types of scatter focus. Capture mode, writing down everything that's on your mind to clear mental clutter. Imagine sitting with a notebook, capturing your thoughts as they arise, each word helping to free your mind and create space for new ideas. Problem crunching mode, reflecting on a specific problem and allowing your mind to explore different solutions. Picture yourself sitting beside a crackling fire, gazing into the flames as your thoughts circle a challenge, gradually uncovering new angles and insights. Habitual mode, engaging in simple, repetitive tasks like walking, showering, or washing dishes that free your mind to wander. These moments of quiet reflection often lead to unexpected bursts of creativity as your brain makes connections that might otherwise go unnoticed. By alternating between hyperfocus and scatter focus, you create a rhythm that balances productivity with creativity. This dynamic interplay allows you to tackle complex tasks with clarity and efficiency, while also giving your mind the freedom to explore new ideas and perspectives. 5. Nourishing your mind, consuming high-quality information. Your mind is like a garden. What you plant determines what grows. Just as nutrient-rich soil produces healthy plants, high-quality information fuels clear, creative thinking. In contrast, a steady diet of low-value content, endless social media scrolling, sensational news, and mindless entertainment clutters your mind and diminishes your ability to focus. Picture yourself tending to a lush, vibrant garden filled with colorful flowers and thriving plants. Each book you read, each podcast you listen to, and each conversation you have is like planting a new seed, one that will grow and flourish, enriching your thoughts and ideas. But just as weeds can choke a garden, low-quality information can crowd out your ability to think clearly and creatively. To nourish your mind, choose information that challenges and inspires you. Read books, listen to podcasts, and watch documentaries that align with your interests and goals. Seek out diverse perspectives to expand your thinking. At the same time, limit your exposure to content that drains your mental energy. By curating the information you consume, you create the conditions for deeper thinking and more meaningful insights. Imagine the difference between spending an evening scrolling through social media and one spent reading a book that sparks new ideas. The first leaves you feeling scattered and drained, while the second leaves you feeling energized and inspired. By choosing the latter, you cultivate a mind that is not only more focused, but also more creative, resilient, and capable of tackling life's challenges. Final summary. As you drift deeper into sleep, remember that the key to unlocking your potential lies in how you direct your attention. By mastering the art of hyperfocus, you can accomplish more in less time, while scatter focus allows your creativity to flourish. Meta-awareness helps you stay present, and eliminating distractions makes it easier to maintain focus. Finally, nourishing your mind with high-quality information ensures that your thoughts are clear and your ideas are inspired. Thank you for joining us tonight at Sleep Books at the Midnight Library. We hope you found tonight's story both relaxing and insightful. Don't forget to share where you're listening from and explore the links in our description for more information on tonight's book. Now, let your mind rest. Feel the weight of the day melt away as you sink into the comfort of your bed. Each breath carries you deeper into a state of calm as your thoughts begin to slow and soften. Tomorrow is a new day, full of potential and possibility. Until then, we wish you a peaceful night, deep dreams, and a well-rested morning. Good night and sweet dreams. Welcome back to Sleep Books at the Midnight Library, where we transform fascinating nonfiction into soothing bedtime stories. Tonight, we embark on a timeless journey, one that bends reality, challenges physics, and takes us beyond the limits of what we know. We're exploring Time Travel, a history by James Gleick, a book that traces the origins of time travel as an idea, from its birth in literature to its place in science, philosophy, and pop culture. As you settle into bed, allow your mind to drift. Imagine stepping into a mysterious time machine, one that could take you anywhere, to the past to witness history unfold, or to the future to glimpse the unknown wonders ahead. Would you visit the roaring 1920s to dance at a jazz club? Would you walk the streets of ancient Rome, surrounded by emperors and gladiators? Or perhaps you'd leap forward 1,000 years to see a world transformed by technology and interstellar exploration? Tonight, we will gently explore the history, paradoxes, and possibilities of time travel, all while helping you relax, unwind, and drift into deep sleep. If you'd like to read the full book, links are in the description below. And if you have suggestions for future sleep stories, we'd love to hear them. Now close your eyes, let your breathing slow, and allow your thoughts to float through time itself. About the author, James Gleick. James Gleick is a renowned science historian and writer, known for his ability to explain complex scientific concepts in a way that is gripping and accessible. His books explore chaos theory, physics, and the evolution of scientific thought, earning him multiple Pulitzer Prize nominations. In Time Travel, a History, Gleick takes us on an intellectual adventure, unraveling the ways in which humanity has imagined, explored, and debated the very nature of time itself. His work invites us to think differently about the past, the future, and the present moment, and tonight, we will let those ideas guide us into a peaceful and dreamy state of mind. The 5 key takeaways from the book. 1. Time travel is a relatively new concept in human history. While myths and legends hinted at glimpses into the future, the idea of physically moving through time only emerged a little over a century ago, popularized by H.G. Wells' The Time Machine, 1895. 2. Time travel has rules, and those rules create paradoxes. Over the years, writers and scientists have developed guidelines for how time travel might work, leading to fascinating paradoxes and logical challenges. 3. Einstein's theories changed how we think about time. Before Albert Einstein, time was seen as a constant, moving forward at the same speed for everyone. His theories of relativity revealed that time is flexible. It slows down when you travel faster. 4. Time travel creates paradoxes that challenge logic and causality. The famous grandfather paradox and butterfly effect highlight the mind-bending problems that come with changing the past. 5. We time travel every day through memory, literature, and technology. While physical time travel may not exist, we do it mentally all the time by remembering the past, imagining the future, and even using the internet. Now, let's explore these ideas in more depth and allow your mind to drift into the timeless rhythm of sleep. Exploring these key takeaways in detail. 1. Time travel is a new but powerful idea. Time travel feels like something that has always been part of human imagination, yet, for most of history, it didn't exist as a concept. Ancient civilizations believed in fate and prophecy, where the future was predetermined. But the idea of moving through time like space, backward and forward at will, was unheard of. Then, in 1895, H.G. Wells wrote The Time Machine, and everything changed. Wells imagined time as a flowing river, one that could be navigated with the right technology. Suddenly, time travel wasn't just a dream, it was a possibility. Tonight, as you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine yourself stepping into an elegant Victorian time machine, gears whirring, levers shifting, and feel yourself floating through the currents of time. 2. The rules of time travel and its paradoxes. As time travel became more popular in fiction, certain rules had to be established. Could you change the past? Would the future be set in stone? And then came the paradoxes, the mind-bending logical problems that time travel creates. The grandfather paradox. If you travel back in time and prevented your grandparents from meeting, would you cease to exist? And if so, how could you have traveled back in the first place? The butterfly effect. A tiny change in the past, like stepping on a single butterfly, could have massive, unpredictable effects on the future. These paradoxes remind us of how delicate the fabric of time is, like a dream that shifts when you try to grasp it. So tonight, as you sink deeper into your pillows, allow your mind to let go of time altogether, floating in a place beyond past, present, and future. 3. Einstein's theories transform time itself. Before Einstein, time was thought to be constant and unchanging. Then came the theory of relativity, which revealed that time is actually malleable. It slows down the faster you move. Imagine you were on a spaceship traveling close to the speed of light. For you, only a few months might pass, but on Earth, decades could go by. This means that time travel, at least to the future, is theoretically possible. Tonight, imagine yourself drifting through the cosmos, watching the stars blur into streaks of light as time slows, and you drift further into a peaceful sleep. 4. The paradoxes of time travel challenge reality. If time travel were possible, wouldn't we already have visitors from the future? Stephen Hawking once humorously suggested that if time travel exists, we should throw a party and invite people from the future to attend. No one showed up. Does this mean time travel is impossible? Or simply that we haven't figured it out yet? These questions invite us to dream and wonder, just as you are doing now, letting your thoughts drift through the endless corridors of time. 5. We time travel every day through memory and technology. Memory allows us to revisit the past, reliving moments and reshaping them. Books, films, and photographs freeze time, letting us see the world as it once was. The internet and social media create a strange kind of time travel where the past can be altered or erased at will. In a way, we are all time travelers, moving through memories, experiences, and ideas that stretch across the ages. Final summary. Wishing you a peaceful and restful night. Let go of the present moment, drift into the timeless void of sleep, and allow yourself to travel through the landscapes of your dreams. Good night, and sweet dreams.